Hello there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, Gamma. It's good to see you here, friend. So today, we're going to be playing one of my favorite games of all time. I don't know if it might be that... It might be that high on the list. I don't know, but it's an amazing game. Slay the Spire. Love it to bits. I think I've played enough of this game to actually give a relatively strong evaluation on a lot of the stuff in here. So this is going to be kind of like a video essay, but I'm also going to still be playing the game. And also, there is no script. I just want to kind of throw kind of a look at everything that I can. I want to do like one run with each character and then kind of dive into the compendium for each of those characters too. So, let's do standard, and starting with my least favorite, the Watcher. Watcher starts with 72 health, which is not the lowest. That actually belongs to the Silent with 70. Has Pure Water, which is the Watcher's relevant starting relic. It's fine, you know, it helps you play. It gives you an extra energy that you can use once per battle, which is useful. But I find I'm often treating that energy as a potion, as in I always save it for later, and by the time later happens, the battle's over. So, let's start. I am on Ascension 8, so I'm not starting at max health, and let's see, first off, what are we looking at with this map? We have this guy. I say I played this game a lot. That does not mean I know what anything is called. Okay, none of the enemy, like about half the enemies, I don't know their name. I know their general name, like I think this guy might be the Guardian or something like that, but I don't know. Let's see, so we could upgrade a card. First off, let's take a look at the starting deck. So every single character in this game will have some number of strikes, which is 1 energy to deal 6 damage, and some number of defense, which is 1 energy to gain 5 block. That's pretty decent. The special things the Watcher does, in addition to the relic Pure Waters, the other things it does, it has Eruption, which for 2 energy you deal 9 damage, and then you also enter Wrath Stance. In Wrath Stance, fights go really quickly, but you have to think a lot harder about what you're doing. You have to make sure you do all the math out beforehand, because if you enter Wrath Stance, you're not only dealing double damage, you're also taking double damage. Meanwhile, Calm is more of a passive stance. You don't really do anything in Calm, it just sets you up so you can have a better Wrath. Because Calm on its own is just like, you gain 2 energy when you leave Calm. But Vigilance is a okay defend. It's not as good as playing 2 defends, unless you take into account the fact that it enters Calm. Alright. I don't know if there's any cards I'd like to upgrade. I wouldn't really mind doing a relic swap, but I don't want to. For the simple reason of I do kind of want to show off how Pure Waters works. Yeah, let's just take a common relic, see what we get. Hello, DD Donster. So we get the Potion Belt. Whale. Yes, indeed, Ian. Whale. So we get the Potion Belt. Potion Belt is useful if you're good at using and stocking up on potions. I'm not. So to me, a run isn't really much different when I have the potion belt versus not, until you get to a high enough ascension where you only start with 2 potion slots instead of your usual 3. Oh, you're just about to start streaming? Well, good luck with that. So, I like to find a nice balance between fireplaces and elites, because elites get me nice relics and a higher chance of getting rare cards, but they also mean I might die sooner. Meanwhile, fireplaces are just a nice, if I'm too beat up, I can heal up, and if I'm not too beat up, I can make one of my cards better. So, and I like to avoid this special elite until maybe the last act. In the past, I used to just kind of rush this elite because I'd rather have this special powered up elite be in Act 1 than in further acts, but then it's like, no, I'm just increasing my chances of dying. You know, I'm making my runs too difficult by hitting as many elites as possible, and then I just die, and then it's just like, well, if I can't get past Act 1, I just didn't build a good deck. But no, it's like, no, I just didn't build a deck that's meant to face like 5 different elites, one of which is super powered up. No, so what we're gonna do, I like this route. We've got fireplace, elite. Is there a way we could... Actually, no, I like this way better. We've got shop, elite, fireplace, elite. So that's like 2 elites and 2 fireplaces. That's nice. Let's go here. Alright, these guys are relatively easy. Their first turn, they will do nothing. That's a bit of a shame. I was hoping I would draw a strike so I could kill it, but I guess this is fine. Alright, and it's dead. Okay, Blessings of the Forge. It's not a bad potion, it's just on the lower end in terms of potions that I ever use. Because I find I'm always saving Blessing of the Forge to upgrade the cards I want to upgrade. The thing is, I never know when to use this potion, so I never do. Okay. So here we have, first of all, Swivel is a conditionally useful card. I don't think it's all that good by itself, but it's really insane when you have Ragnarok, which is a 3 mana or 3 energy attack, but you're making it cost 0 energy, and you're also gaining 8 block, or when this gets upgraded, I think it's like, maybe 11, 12, around there, 11 or 12 block. Consecrate, I like a lot. First of all, it's just a 0 energy attack. 5 damage to all energy to all enemies isn't that much, but when you're in Wrath or Divinity stance, that's a lot of damage for free. So I like Consecrate. Wheel Kick is interesting. First of all, 2 energy off the bat for 15 damage is more than just 2 strikes. So you're already making out with a Wheel Kick. That's pretty good. Also, Wheel Kick is another card that's pretty decent with Swivel, because you're turning a 2 energy card into a 0 energy card. 15 damage is a lot, especially in the early game, and especially when you have Wrath. It's a very good aggressive card. It's weird that it draws you 2 cards. That's just like an upside that it has. It's fine enough on its own as a 2 energy, 15 damage, but 2 energy, 15 damage, and it draws you 2 cards is really good, especially when you're playing a Divinity build, because Divinity sometimes you have to expend a lot of resources to get into Divinity stance, and by then you are out of cards and energy. But turning into Divinity gives you more energy. And then Wheel Kick does 45 damage, and you drop. Basically, it's insane with Divinity. The concept. No, I'll take Wheel Kick. I talked myself into it. Okay, so we've got the Lice. Interesting. So what's the best approach? I could definitely kill this. Kill it and block? No, kill it and vigilance. So kill you. Go into vigilance. Alright, it's gonna curl up when I hit it. That's fine. And it's dead. Oh, hello, Bathier. Speed Potion. Now, Speed Potion is one of those cards, not cards, one of those potions. It's a short-term potion. But there are ways you can get around the downside of losing that 5 dexterity at the end of the turn if you have artifacts or, like, what's the relic called? Like the orange tablets. That artifact is also pretty good. But also just if you have a hand full of block and you're taking a lot of damage that turn anyway, drink this potion and it will save your life. Friends and their phone theft? Oh no. So, again, we've got 0 energy card. For the low cost of 0 energy, you scry 1, gain 2 block, and deal 3 damage. Which on their own isn't all that great, but because it's all together on the same card, that's pretty good. And upgrading it just adds, I think, 1 to each of those. So it's like scry 2, gain 3 block, deal 4 damage, something like that, which is pretty good. Rushdown, I love, because again, when you're entering Wrath mode, right after exiting Calm, you're going to have a lot of energy, but maybe not as many cards in your hand to spend that energy on. So Rushdown just draws you even more cards, and it's a good setup card, because you just play it, not even on the turn you go into Wrath stance. Tranquility is a lifesaver, because sometimes you enter Wrath, you can't kill your enemy the turn you enter Wrath, and you just need to enter Calm. You know, you need a way to exit Wrath. So Tranquility does that. It just sits in your hand until you use it. So what do we go with? I like Rushdown, but also Just Lucky. I kind of want. I want to take Just Lucky. Okay. All right, we've got Eruption, Will Kick, Defense. Ooh, let's see here. Well, I can kill you. This is gonna hurt. But I erupt on you. Miracle. Will kick you. I'm still taking 12. But there you have it. Alright. Flex. Flex is the opposite of speed. Flex is when you have a handful of attacks and you really want to kill your enemy that turn. Okay. So we could take another Consecrate. No, we don't have Consecrate. We have Wheel Kick. So we could take Consecrate, which would give our first AoE. Follow Up is very interesting because it's on its own just a better strike because it deals 7 damage instead of 6. And it also has the upside of if you sequence the card correctly, you just get the card for free, which is super nice. Mental Fortress is good if you're moving in between stances a lot. I don't mind Mental Fortress, but I think I want the AoE. Okay, next up, our first shop. Anything here? Cannot buy any of these relics. I love Wallop. Wallop is such a great card. Maybe it's not a good card, but I really like Wallop. So, what do we take? So we could remove a strike just to thin out our deck a little bit. Or remove a block because we're playing a little bit more of an aggressive deck. I kind of like Wallop. Maybe Enlightenment. Yeah, like 4 cards in our deck already cost 2 energy, and making them only cost 1 is just really nice. But on the other hand, Empty Body, Inner Peace, another Wheel Kick, so many different options. I'm gonna take Enlightenment. It's greedy, but I'm gonna take it. Alright, we've got the gremlins. 4 little gremlins. Alright, and here we are right away being punished for taking Enlightenment because it does nothing in this hand. It's just it's just a status card. So we're going to take a lot of damage. So this is the turn when you play Blessing of the Forge and Speed Potion. Because we really are just taking a ton of damage. Alright. Consecrate, I guess. We need to kill one of these sneaky gremlins. They just hurt too much. No, I don't want Erupt in this fight at all, honestly. Okay, so Sneaky Gremlin dead. Play Miracle Plus, which gives you 2 energy. I'm taking a lot of damage in this fight, and I don't like it. Okay, here's Wallop. The reason I like Wallop is because it's essentially a strike and a defend in one. Sure, it costs 2 energy, but for 2 energy, you are getting a decent amount of damage, but a lot of block out of it too. Ahoy, Impish! It's good to see you here. Okay. Well, this is gonna be a lot of pain. Oh, perfect. I don't know, do I want Enlightenment? What else do I have in my deck? I can't see my... Stupid game. Can I see this? I can, but... Well, the game's dumb. I don't think I want it. And just another defend. Okay, consecrate. I can't even kill you in the back, that's so dumb. I guess double block, go for the one in the back, because he's the one that weakens you every single turn. It's just... I don't like it. Well, Enlightenment, not the worst. I'll take it. Let's... yeah, just kill you. I miss out on one block, that's fine. Then strike. And just defend. And there we go. That was a bit of a painful fight. Meditate is interesting. It's a way to get yourself out of Wrath for only one energy. It pseudo draws you a card that you get to save for the next turn. So it's like you get to search for your discard pile for any card that you want to play the next turn while you're in Calm. So that's interesting. Collect is... there's a lot of different ways to feel about Collect. I think it's a good card, but it's only good in very few decks because you're basically spending your entire... well, like... you're either spending your entire turn to dump all the energy into Collect, or you're just playing Collect for like 1 or 0 if it's upgraded. It has its uses. If you're playing a bunch of expensive cards, I can see why you'd take Collect. Wave of the Hand. Whenever you gain block, apply 1 weak to all enemies this turn. That's actually pretty good, and when you upgrade it, it turns into 2 weak. Yeah, I kind of like the sound of that. Wave of the Hand, so I'll take it. And our first elite. Of course it's a Gremlin Knob. Why wouldn't it be the Gremlin Knob? Okay. Do we flex this turn and just do a bunch of damage? Ideally, we would have Eruption in our hand right now, and we could do even more damage. I don't think we flex this turn. Okay. So we can wave the hand. Just lucky, don't want defend. You have to be aggressive against this guy. Strike, defend. Interesting. I'll play Enlightenment. Let's wheel kick. Wallop. Just lucky. Actually, no, I do want to strike. Vigilance? Yeah. That was a pretty good turn. Okay, can we kill you this turn? I think we can. Death, death, death. There you go. Toy Ornithopter. It's okay. I'm aware Toy Ornithopter is very good. It's a relic that gives you a healing outlet, which is super useful. But I don't really use potions too much, so I don't know. But we've got a decent potion build right off the bat. Potions Belt, and Toy Ornithopter. Pretty good. Okay. Here we have Collect again. Cut Through Fate is just a better strike in a lot of ways. It deals 7 damage instead of 6, it scries 2, and it draws you a card. Cut Through Fate is actually pretty good. Yeah, we already looked at Collect and Omniscience. Omniscience is good if you have the right cards to search for with it. One of the things I really like to do in this game is if I have Omniscience and I search up Ragnarok upgraded, and then I get to play Ragnarok twice. That's a really fun thing to do, but I don't have Ragnarok. And I don't think I have any cards that I want to play with Omniscience anyway. I'll take Cut Through Fate.
Shall we dance?
Okay, at 30 health, going into a fireplace. I really want to do an upgrade. But I think it has to be a rest. I don't trust myself below 30 health. Okay, we've got a looter. That's fine. Yeah, let's erupt. Just lucky. Wallop is pretty good. And vigilance. Ah, sweet. Enlightenment. Make Wallop only cost 1. And now I can just play out every single card in my hand. Okay. And Cut Through Fate. Doesn't really matter what we get, because we're just gonna kill you. Yeah, you get all your money back. Okay. We already saw Weight of the Hand. Like Water is... Excuse me. Like Water is a pretty good power. If you're in Calm a lot, it's just free block every single turn. And these stack pretty nicely. Like if you have 2 Like Waters, it's just 10 block every turn. That's pretty good. I like Wreath of Flame. This is a card I was extremely skeptical about when I first played as the Watcher and came across this card, and like, why would you ever take this card? It's just a worst strike. Like, it doesn't deal any damage on its own. It needs another card to function. And you would get even more damage just by playing 2 strikes in a row. The reason this card is good is 5 additional damage applied to, say, a Consecrate means for 0 energy, 10 damage across the board to all enemies. It also means Wallop is now doing 14 damage and you gain 14 block. It means... what else does it mean? I mean, it's pretty good with Wrath, because you're turning what would be, let's say in the case of a strike, an 11 damage strike into a 22 damage strike. That's pretty good. It also scales well with Ragnarok, because it turns Ragnarok into, let's say, non-upgraded, from 5 damage 5 times to 10 damage 5 times. I like Wreath of Flame. I think it's a very solid card. Okay, so now where do we go? Second fireplace right here. Chest or Orichalcum. This is one of those relics that I will always forget that I have, because I'll play a block in my hand. And usually if you're only going to be playing one block, it's better to not play it, because Orichalcum will give you 1 extra block. So I'll take the Orichalcum. Fireplace. Now I'm safe enough to smith. So we could do... there's a number of things we could do. Upgraded Consecrate is nice. Wheel Kick just goes to 20 damage. I like upgraded Wallop, honestly. You're getting the most bang for your buck that way. Upgraded Wreath of Flame could be very hilarious in the right setup. Wave of the Hand Plus just gives you weak for days, which I like. Enlightenment Plus is kind of funny. The upgrade means the reduced cost lasts for the rest of combat, not just the turn. So if you're gonna be playing through multiple shuffles of your deck, Enlightenment Plus is kinda hilarious. Also, yeah, Just Lucky goes from 1, 2, and 3 to 2, 3, and 4, which I like. And Cut Through Fate goes to 9 damage and Scry 3. Let's take Wallop. Wallop plus 12 damage. And we have the Legovulin. I could just attack it right now, but it's gonna wake up. I want to do some setting up if I can. So we'll hold out this turn. I'm not gonna wake it up this turn either. I guess I'll wave the hand, Vigilance, Just Lucky, don't want that defend. Alright, now this is the turn. We have to wake it up because it's going to wake up. Oh, perfect. Wait, is this perfect? No, it's not perfect. What's perfect about it? Let's Eruption, Wreath of Flame, Wheel Kick, and Consecrate. And prepare to take a lot of damage next turn if we can't... Yeah, we didn't draw Vigilance. Okay. Pain. Gonna take 30. That's a big hit. Okay, I like this. Wave of the Hand, Just Lucky. Actually, yes, next turn we will be wanting a strike. We want to attack him next turn. Vigilance, and burn that for a block. Okay, yes, this is the turn. We should hopefully be able to kill him straight up. There we go. I like Strike Dummy. It's a very solid relic. It just means your basic strikes are going to do a lot more damage. Strike Dummy is really hilarious if you're doing a strike deck with the Ironclad. But it's just going to be solid in almost every single build for almost every single character. And it's actually, I think Strike Dummy is second best with the Watcher, because the Watcher has Eruption to go into Wrath, which means all your strikes do a lot more. Let's see. Foresight. So the thing about the Watcher is the Watcher kind of requires the most amount of thinking ahead out of any of the other characters in the game. The Watcher is gonna have you thinking to, like, not just this turn, but the next turn. You know, you're setting yourself up. You're playing, you know, Miracles, or not Miracle, Collect? Was it Collect? Where you get Miracles your next turn. You know, you're playing Collect ahead of time. You're playing a bunch of Scry cards to kind of get yourself the best draw for the next turn. You're retaining cards to make them better. Like, Foresight's a very interesting card. I don't think I want it, but it's super good in a Scry deck. Like, there are some cards where, like, every time you scry, you gain block, and there's some cards where it's like, every time you scry, put this card back in your hand, or useful stuff. Sash Whip is just fun, it's solid, it's just better than Strike, because 1 energy, 8 damage, and conditionally can apply weak, depending on how you sequence it. I'm a big fan of Windmill Strike. It's better with the slower decks. You want this card... Basically, this card is your finisher. You're gonna play Windmill Strike when it's been in your hand for a few turns and you've entered Wrath. Because then it's gonna do a lot of damage. So we'll take Windmill Strike. I just want to see what the... Ooh, a free upgrade. Well, I wouldn't say no to an upgraded Windmill Strike. That on its own does just 10 damage after a single turn, but then every time you retain it, it just scales so much better. So yeah, upgrade that. This is kind of okay. Yeah, if I erupt, then Wreath of Flame, Wallop. So let's erupt on you. Wreath of... Wait, shit! I fucked up. I thought... I didn't do the math right. I thought I would have 1 extra energy. Not ideal. I'm not dead. But I'm not healthy. Okay. This is why you think ahead. Ooh, perfect. Yeah, the game definitely wants us to go for a scry build. So we've got Nirvana, which is a great payoff for scrying, and Weave, which is a great payoff for scrying. Weave is actually the scrying equivalent of Flurry of Blows, and what's interesting is that Weave is uncommon, while Flurry of Blows is common. I like Weave. I don't think it's as good as Flurry of Blows. We've already talked about follow-up. I want Nirvana, though, to get me that extra block. Okay, now the real question is, do I survive this encounter? I'll be honest, I don't think I do. I need to be able to kill them all this turn. So let's Wrath on you. Consecrate. Yep, I'm dead. Miracle. Wheel of Fate. Yeah, shit. I fucked up big time. That one time where I was just like, oh, I can definitely, you know, play 5 energy worth of cards when I only have 4 energy available. That was a huge fuck up that cost me the entire game. So that was not a great Watcher run, and not a great way to show off how the Watcher works. But I think you have an idea of it now. Let's take a look at the Watcher cards. These are all the Watcher cards available. I'm pretty sure I've unlocked all of them. I'd be surprised if I didn't. So yeah, we're basically just going to go in order and evaluate mostly the ones that we haven't encountered yet. So we've talked about Defend, talked about Eruption, talked about Strike, talked about Vigilance. Bowling Bash is one of those. It's another one of those cards that's really hilarious with Wreath of Flame, because 7 damage for each enemy in combat. It's not an AoE card, but it's like a very interesting way of being not an AoE card, but still a card that's better in combat with a lot of enemies. Now, Consecrate we've talked about. It's just solid AoE. They're better AoE for different characters, but for 0 energy, you can hardly complain. Crescendo is the opposite of Calm. Or, no, it's the opposite of Tranquil. Yeah, it's the opposite of Tranquility. I find I'm using Crescendo a lot less than Tranquility. It's good when you need that extra edge to finish off your enemy this turn. But at least with Tranquility, it's like a way to get you out of Wrath, which I think is the bigger issue for me when I'm playing the Watcher, is to get me out of Wrath. Crush Joints I don't think we've talked about. I've mentioned how the Watcher is all about planning ahead. Crush Joints is part of a cycle of cards that proves that it's all about planning ahead. Because what the card does is dependent on what the last card you played is. So it's all about doing the right sequencing. If you play a skill, you're making the most value out of Crush Joints. Vulnerable is very useful. It's a little bit annoying sometimes because you can't just, like... There are times when I wish I could apply the Vulnerable before I entered Wrath. No, there are times when I wish I could apply Vulnerable after... You know what I'm talking about? Like, I want to sequence it the right way with Wrath to maximize my damage, and it sucks because I have to play a skill beforehand, which kind of screws that up. But it's a good, solid pick. I pick it, like, a decent amount of times. Cut Through Fate is, like, even if you're not playing a Scry deck, it's a better strike. Empty Body is a better defend. It solves the problem of not knowing how you're going to get out of Wrath. And exiting your stance counts as changing your stance, which is useful for cards like Flurry of Blows. So yeah, absolutely, I like Empty Body. Empty Fist 2. It's just a better strike. You know, even if you have the strike dummy, it's doing as much as strike, and it does more. Very solid common card, gets you out of Wrath. Sometimes you will be in a situation where you can't play another card while Empty Fist is in your hand, and so you're actively having to get out of Wrath in order to play that other card. So that's, you know, that's one of the things that kind of sucks with the Watcher, with this one specific card that I'm thinking of. We'll get to that later. That other card is an uncommon. Evaluate, better defend, puts insights in your hand, or in your deck rather. Insights are those things where okay, first of all, if you're a Yu-Gi-Oh player, Insight is Pot of Greed, basically. It's free, and it draws you 2 cards. It takes up the slot of being a card that you would draw, but it also, on top of replacing itself, gets you a second card on top of that. Insights are useful on turns when you have a bunch of energy, and you're in a certain stance like Wrath or Divinity, and you cannot use the maximum value of being in that stance, Insights will help you draw damage cards. Flurry of Blows. There's some really fun builds you can get if you have a bunch of Flurry of Blows in your deck. I mean, on its own, it's 0 energy for 4 damage that gains benefit off of the enemy being vulnerable or you being in Wrath. So Flurry of Blows is pretty good, especially if you have more of them, which is not hard because it's a common. And there are times when you will be playing the same Flurry of Blows like 3 or 4 different times in a single turn. Like, you started off in Calm, then you go into Wrath. Well, first you play for Flurry of Blows, then you go into Wrath, then you get back for Flurry of Blows, play Flurry of Blows, then you exit your stance with like Empty Fist or something, you get back Flurry of Blows, you play Flurry of Blows, and then you enter Wrath again with like another Wrath card, and then you get back Flurry of Blows and play Flurry of Blows. It's really cool stuff. Flying Sleeves is just a better strike. You know, it's 1 energy for 4 damage twice, which is 8 damage. It's a pretty solid common card to apply Wreath of Flame to. You're often saving this card for until after you enter Wrath, so you're doing 16 damage instead of 8. It's a solid card. Follow-up, also very solid. We already talked about you. Halt is... I like Halt because it kind of does the same thing that exiting your stance does when you're in Wrath. Because, you know, the thing is, when you're in Wrath, the biggest problem is you don't have a way to get out of it. And so you just end up completely screwing yourself over by entering Wrath. It's like, well, I entered Wrath so I could kill the enemy quickly, but the enemy just killed me quickly. So I guess I am screwed. Halt is a block that is objectively better to play when you're in Wrath. And there's also some fun sequencing where you can enter Wrath, play Halt. General Kenobi! Hello, MFX Demon. It's good to see you here. Haven't seen you in a while, friend. So Halt. Yeah, you play it right after you play... Like, right after you enter Wrath, and then you exit Wrath, and you get the best of both worlds. Halt got you a ton of block, and you're not in Wrath. We talked about Just Lucky. It's useful. You know, you get a lot of value for 0 energy. It's not a lot of good value, but it's still there, and it's Just Lucky is a very good card to have in a scry deck. I love Pressure Point. It's one of those cards that I don't think is actually all that good. I think it's better than it actually is. Because Pressure Point gets stopped by a lot of it gets stopped by artifacts, and it's a skill, meaning it triggers the Gremlin Knob. It's kind of it's still like a better strike. The reason I love Pressure Point is when you have a lot of pressure points in your deck, and you can turn this into an AoE card where you have mark on all your enemies, and then you play a Pressure Point and they all take damage, or you can pile them all up on the same enemy and just have this deal more and more damage every single time you draw a Pressure Point. It's a really fun card to play with. I don't think it's that good, but if you want to go for like a really fun build with the Watcher, some of the most fun I've had as a Watcher was with a Pressure Points build. Prostrate is... The thing about the Watcher is the Watcher has a lot of zero cost cards that aren't that great. Like, if you take away the fact that it costs 0 energy, this card would be unplayable. It's playable because it's 0 energy, and because it does other stuff. Prostrate is good in a mantra deck when you're trying to build up your 10 mantras so you can enter Divinity and absolutely murder your opponent. Protect is a very solid common card that I will often take in any run if I'm lacking on defensive cards, because it's a good emergency button to play. Like, you know, you're spending 2 energy for 12 block, which is fine, but it's essentially a block card that you can always guarantee that you'll have when you most need it. Sashwolf, we encountered that one with her last run. It's a pretty good card. Pretty solid common. Yeah. Third Eye. It's one of those commons that's very good defensively. And it has the upside of scrying you 3. Third Eye is pretty good. Yeah, we already talked about Tranquility. It's a good emergency card to have when you're in Wrath but don't know how to get out of it. Tranquility is just always going to be there for you. Battle Hymn, I love. Battle Hymn is a staple card in almost every single one of my Watcher runs when I come across it, because I don't think there's a single build where I don't want Battle Hymn. It gives you a smite every single turn, which is just a better strike. Sure, it exhausts itself, but you're getting another one the next turn. You retain it, meaning if you want, you could just stockpile all your smites until you enter Wrath and just play a bunch of 1 energy 24 damage cards, which is insane. Battle Hymn is pretty good. At the low cost of 1 energy on a turn to do nothing, you're setting up for a lot of future turns where you're always going to have an attack that you can play every turn. And if you don't want to play an attack that turn, you don't have to. You can save it. Carve Reality is a one-time use. Get yourself a smite. This is a little more situational. Like, I'll play... Like, with Battle Hymn, I will almost always play the smite that turn, because I know I'm getting one next turn. With Carve Reality, I'll often save that smite until I enter Wrath, so I can get the most value out of it. Collect, we've already talked about. It's a card that requires a lot of planning ahead. It's good. I've played with Collect before. It has its uses, but there are rare instances in which I'll take it over something else. Conclude is a staple. It's a card where you have to think hard about how you're sequencing it. You could play Conclude while you're in Wrath and have a 1 energy deal 24 damage to all your enemies. But then you're for sure ending your turn in Wrath. But even if you don't play this card when you're in Wrath, it's a very solid card. Just 1 energy, 12 damage to everything. Just make sure it's the last card that you play. Hell yeah. Deceive Reality is this counterpoint to Carve Reality. Smites are a card that the Watcher can make. So are Safeties. Smite is 1 energy, 12 damage with Retain and Exhaust. Safety is 1 energy, 12 block with Retain and Exhaust. I find I'm using Smites a lot more than Safeties, but Safety it plays the same thing as Protect. You know, it's a card, you'll keep it in your hand until you really need it, and then you'll be glad you had it. Empty Mind is kind of a curiosity to me. I find with the Watcher you do really like to draw cards. Drawing cards is useful. Because with Empty Mind, it plays the same role as Empty Body and Empty Fist, but Empty Mind doesn't do anything on its own, except it draws you 2 cards. So I think with Empty Mind, you're being proactive with exiting your stance, whereas with Empty Fist and Empty Body, you're being reactive. You know, you're trying to get yourself out of Wrath, whereas with Empty Mind, you're trying to get yourself, like, out of Calm. Because then when you leave Calm, you have a ton of energy. And what do you do with that energy? Well, you play the cards you just drew. So yeah, Empty Mind. It's pretty solid. It's pretty solid. I won't always take it, but it's a solid card. Fasting is a 2 energy power that does a lot. Now, I actually relatively recently, like in the past few weeks, did a really interesting fasting run where I had a bunch of relics and other stuff that just gave me more energy. And I also had, I think it was orange pellets to basically completely counteract the loss of energy. On its own, if you don't have a way to get rid of the downside, fasting is still a solid card. You're making your turns harder, but you're making the cards you play better. It's not an always take card. Like, if you have Ragnarok, it turns Ragnarok completely unplayable because you don't have the energy to play Ragnarok. But fasting, I enjoy. There's a lot of very fun and interesting builds you can do with fasting. But yeah, I wouldn't take fasting without thinking about it. Fear No Evil is a better Empty Fist. Why is it a better Empty Fist, even though Fear No Evil deals 1 less damage than Empty Fist? It's because it enters Calm instead of exiting your stance. I guess it's not 100% better, it's more situationally better. You're not guaranteed to exit your stance. Like, yeah, Empty Fist is a guaranteed exit stance, whereas Fear No Evil, it can only sometimes exit your stance. Now, the good thing is, you don't want to exit your stance if your enemy is not attacking, because then you know that you'll just start your next turn in Wrath anyway, and just have even more damage you can deal to your opponent. But there are times when the enemy you want to kill that turn isn't attacking you, but another enemy is, and that one you won't be able to kill, and so you're just not exiting your stance and you're taking a lot of damage. So I think, actually, yeah, now that I think about it, Empty Fist is actually usually better than Fear No Evil, but Fear No Evil has a situational upside. Foreign Influence is one of the most hilarious cards. It has a lot of flavor to it. So for 0 energy, you choose 1 of 3 attacks of any color, add it into your hand. of any color means it can come from any character in the game, or it could even be colorless, but it's just an attack. When you upgrade this card, and this is all like almost always going to be the card that I upgrade first when I have it, it makes the card you add to your hand free. Sometimes it whiffs, sometimes it doesn't get you that good of a card, and you're just like, well, this was a waste of a card. But sometimes it does really insane things, like you get a 0 energy Ragnarok. It's insane. Yeah, Foreign Influence is pretty good, and I will almost always take this card just to kind of have. Why did the music stop? Okay. We're good, we're good. Okay. Now, so we talked about Foreign Influence. Foresight is a card, it's great. It's great in a more control-y deck where you want to be thinking ahead of your next turn. It's not that great in an aggressive deck where you would rather be spending that 1 energy on an attack. It's really good. Excuse me, I'm talking a lot. So that means I'm yawning. It's really good in a scry deck because it's a guaranteed scry every single turn. Indignation is a free... It's a free... Well, not free, it costs 1 energy, but it's a wrath that doesn't exhaust itself, so it's not like Crescendo. And it has upside of, even if you're already in Wrath, when you have this card, you still gain a bunch of benefit. You can, you'd be like, well, I enter Wrath, or because I'm already in Wrath, I'll just apply 3 vulnerable to all my enemies. Inner Peace is the counterpoint to Indignation. It's the same thing, but with Calm. It's a card that I enjoy. Unlike Meditate, it doesn't end your turn. And unlike Tranquility, it doesn't exhaust itself. And if you are in Calm and don't have a lot of great cards to play, you could just draw even more cards. Like Water is a great payoff if you're in Calm a lot. Sometimes decks will have a lot more ways to enter Calm than Wrath, and so you'll find you're just spending the entirety of the combat just in Wrath. Or not in Wrath, in Calm. And you don't get benefit from just being in Calm, so like Water gives you that benefit. Meditate is kind of like Inner Peace, but I don't like it as much because it ends your turn. But it gives you a lot of good setting up for stuff. And the cool thing about Meditate is you could get back a card like Perseverance, which gains a benefit from being retained, and you get that benefit. Mental Fortress is great for those builds where you're moving in and out of Wrath a lot in a single build. Well, in a single turn, so it's kind of like the Flurry of Blows, where you'll be able to play Flurry of Blows like 4 or 5 different times in a single turn. You're at the same time gaining like 16 or 20 block in that one turn for just moving in and out of stances. Nirvana is a really great payoff if you're playing a bunch of scry cards, because 3 block on its own is not that much. But if you're playing a bunch of scry cards, it's just the scry cards are even better because they give you even more block. Perseverance is a card that I really enjoy having. Like, it's one of those cards that will often save me. Because you don't have to play it, it just sits in your hand, and if you don't play it, it just gets better and better every single turn. The real feels bad moment is when you have to play Perseverance the turn you drew it, because then you're not getting the full value out of Perseverance. You just, it's just a defend. It's just a defend. The turns you love to have Perseverance are when it's been sitting in your hand over a couple turns, and now it's 1 energy, 20 block, and it saves your life. Prey. So Prey is a card that, when I first started playing the Watcher, I'm like, I love Insights. Insights are cool. Insights are just, draw more cards. Then I kind of got into a phase of, I hate Insights. Insights are just the worst. Why would anyone ever play Insight? And now I'm kind of back in the Insights are really good side of things. Prey is a card that, on its own, does absolutely nothing for you the turn you play it. But if you have a bunch of Mantra built up, it can push you over the edge to enter Divinity Stance. It gives you Insights, which are very useful when you enter Divinity, because it gives you more attacks to play while you're in Divinity Stance. It's just really good. Reach Heaven is kind of hilarious. 2 energy for 10 damage is not great. There are better uses for 2 energy. But shuffling that through Violence into your deck, and then hanging on to that through Violence until you enter Wrath or enter Divinity is a good feeling. Rushdown solves the problem of sometimes you'll enter Wrath, but not have a lot of attack cards to benefit from being in Wrath, or not have any cards in your hand to guarantee you can get out of Wrath. It gives you those extra draws. And upgrading Rushdown to make it free is just like, I'll always take an upgraded Rushdown. Sanctity is one of the few block cards that cares about sequencing, kind of like Sashwhoop does. It's also a better defend, but it's not as good as, like, I don't know. It has its uses, but I don't know where it goes. Like, what deck does Sanctity go in? I guess a more control-y build? I don't know. It's just, I very often find myself in these times where I'll take Sanctity, but I don't know how to feel about the card. I personally, like, there's no denying that it's just better than a block, but it's also like, what would I take it over? Not a lot of cards. Sands of Time is Sands of Time is funny because it's a control card. It's one of those, retain cards where it gains a benefit from being retained. Sands of Time doesn't actually scale, unlike Perseverance, which scales when you retain it. It just sits there and gets cheaper. You're almost never going to play Sands of Time the turn you draw it. You're going to play Sands of Time when it costs like 2 or 1 or 0 energy. So it's going to sit in your hand for a few turns. But when you eventually play it, it's going to be a really cheap 20 damage. Or 40 if you're in Wrath. So it's just a very funny card in a retain deck. Signature Move. So I don't know if any of you know the card called Clash over in the Ironclad. It's one of my... Clash is one of my guilty pleasure cards. I don't think it's a good card. There's specific reasons why Clash is not a good card. But it feels good when you play it. Signature Move is the same thing, but I think it is a good card. First of all, 2 energy for 30 damage. Yes, please. The hard part is getting all the other attacks out of your hand. This is the card that I don't like to see in my hand at the same time as Empty Fist or even like Fear No Evil. It's because I want to play this card when it deals 60 damage. But no, I can't because I have an Empty Fist in hand and therefore I have to leave Wrath. Signature Move is hilarious. There are many turns where you will draw it and not be able to play it because there's just better cards that you would rather play. But it's a fun build around, and the turns you top deck it and can play it are just... It's a very feel good card to play. Oh, I love you too, Midori. Thank you for being here. Shimmering Fury. I like Shimmering Fury. I think it's one of the Wrath cards that I like the most. Because you're spending energy for the next turn. You're not even entering Wrath this turn. This turn, Shimmering Fury does nothing. It's just 1 energy, discard a card. The turn after you play Shimmering Fury, you get into Wrath and you draw 2 cards, and you just have all the energy that you can spend to absolutely have a blast with. Study is a conditionally useful card, but I will almost never pick Study. I think 2 energy is too much of a commitment to get insights shuffled every single turn. There's nothing wrong with shuffling a bunch of insights into your deck. It gives you a lot more stuff to play with, but I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Study, honestly. Swivel is hilarious, and only if you have cards that cost more than 1 energy, because then you can play a 2 energy Swivel to play the 3 energy Ragnarok. Talk to the Hand is a card that I will almost always take. It's annoying that it exhausts itself, and it's annoying that this gets stopped by artifacts. But just being able to play that, like... Yeah, whenever you attack this enemy, gain 2 block. That's not when you play an attack card. That's whenever you deal attack damage. So cards like Tantrum, which deal it 3 times, means you're gaining 6 block off of the 1 Tantrum. This is a great card to have in a deck where you're entering Wrath a lot of times, but you're not leaving Wrath, because then you can just go all out aggressive, play all the attack cards, still be gaining block. This is a better card to have when you only have 1 enemy. It's not that great of a card to have when you have like 3 enemies and you play Talk to the Hand on the first enemy you kill. Tantrum is probably my favorite Enter Wrath card out of all the cards. First of all, it's just a better strike. You know, 1 energy, 6 damage? No, 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 no. It's 1 energy, 9 damage that has ways that it could deal even more damage. Like, say your opponent is vulnerable, or say the enemy is, like... Or say you played Wreath of Flame. If you play Wreath of Flame, give Tantrum 5 extra damage, then you're dealing 8 times 3 without even being in Wrath. That's insane. Tantrum is fun, and I have to admit, I didn't even realize the last sentence of this card went, like, for a long time. I didn't realize it shuffled itself back into your draw pile. I just thought Tantrum was like, you play it and you discard it, woohoo. No, Tantrum reshuffles itself when you play it, which is very useful. Because you Tantrum one turn and enter Wrath, and then you're still in Wrath for the next turn when you redraw the Tantrum and you play it again, now for 6 times 3 damage. Wallop is a fun card. It may not actually be as good as I play it up to be, but I really enjoy Wallop. Wave of the Hand, we've talked about. We've talked about. Wheel Kick, we've talked about. Windmill Strike, we've talked about. Again, just, this is a great card to just have in your hand, have it sit there for a while until it's built up a lot of damage, and then you enter Wrath and just obliterate your opponent. Worship is, despite being the one card that single-handedly gives you the most mantra when you play it, it's probably my least favorite card to play in a Divinity build, because it's 2 energy for 5 mantra, and if you upgrade this, it's retained. Which has its uses, I guess. Still, I don't know. It's useful. I just don't like it. You know, it takes 2 worships to enter Divinity. Yeah, I don't know. Wreath of Flame, we've talked about. Now, Alpha. Alpha is quite the meme card. It's a great win con if you're playing a control deck. First time you play Alpha, you shuffle Beta into your draw pile. Then you draw Beta, play Beta, shuffle Omega into your draw pile. Omega is a 3 energy power, so you're taking up basically your entire turn to play it, and it says at the end of the turn, deal 50 damage to all enemies, I think it is. So when you play Omega, the game is going to end real soon. Alpha, Beta, and Omega is a very fun card. The downside of it is you're spending 2 whole cards and 3 whole energy to not do anything. Blasphemy. Blasphemy is a contentious card that a lot of people in, like, the Slay the Spire subreddit will be like, oh, I always pick Blasphemy. And I'm like, do you? It's not that Blasphemy is a bad card, because Divinity is hard to get into. You know, you have to build up 10 mantra to enter Divinity stance. Blasphemy is just for 1 energy, you enter Divinity. The downside being that you die next turn. I don't think this can be prevented by having an artifact. I'm pretty sure this is like a special thing. The dying next turn part. When you upgrade Blasphemy, it has Retain, meaning you can save for the right exact moment when you want to play it. But every time I pick Blasphemy, I have to think really hard about the turn that I have it in my hand. Because if I get the numbers wrong, I lose. Brilliance is a brilliant card, and I will almost always take Brilliance even if I'm not building a mantra deck, and do you know why? Because it's 2 strikes for 1 energy. And then if you are playing a bunch of mantra cards, it just does even more damage for 1 energy. Brilliance is great. Conjure Blade is one of those spend your entire turn to set up for another turn. I love Conjure Blade. When you have a bunch of energy to spend, you just spend your entire turn playing Conjure Blade, shuffle like an expunger, like 6 into your draw pile. Now you have a card that deals 9 damage 6 times, which when you enter Wrath is just insane. The thing about Conjure Blade being you're spending an entire turn to just conjure the blade. There might be an argument to not do that and, you know, play a few other cards and then play Conjure Blade a little bit weaker. Say X is 1 or 2. But I like to get my maximum value off of Conjure Blade. Conjure Blade is often the card that I will burn my Miracle on. Speaking of miracles, Deus Ex Machina. This card gums up your hand really fast. Very often, I find when I'm playing a bunch of retain cards as the Watcher, I just have a very gummy hand. So Deus Ex Machina does that. It puts a bunch of miracles in your hand. The card itself doesn't actually do anything. It just gives you miracles. It's great to have if you're playing a Conjure Blade deck, because then you can potentially draw Deus Ex Machina and have, you know, even more miracles to sink into that Conjure Blade. But yeah, it's a good card. I like Deus Ex Machina. But at the same time, I'm not sure if I like it. It has to have the right deck. It has to be a deck that needs the energy for it. Like, if you're playing a Deva form deck, then absolutely pick Deus Ex Machina. Speaking of Deva form, so this card is ethereal, meaning if you don't play it, it's gone. You have to commit your entire turn to play it, but when you play it, you will no longer have issues with energy for the rest of the fight. Because every single turn you're gaining 1 energy and it scales. So like 4 energy next turn, 5 energy the turn after that, 6 energy the turn after that. Then you draw Conjure Blade, make that X7, and then you play Expunger 9 times 7 for a lot of damage, and it's insane. Devotion is... it's good for a long-term game, if you're playing a more control deck, it gives you, you can basically gain more mantra over time and eventually enter divinity and booyah. But until then, it's not doing anything. But it's good with brilliance because it means brilliance just does more and more damage. Establishment. This is a cute card. If you have any retain cards, it does the same exact thing that Sands of Time does. So Sands of Time will cost 0 twice as fast if you have Establishment. Making your cards cheaper when you retain them is super good. It even works with, where is it? Meditate. Because you retain the card, say you retain a Ragnarok, and now Ragnarok costs 2. Judgment has so many uses. It just insta-kills a lot of enemies, and even the enemies it doesn't insta-kill, it can basically close the gap on finishing them off. Sometimes there are enemies that you don't want to attack. Judgment will take care of them after you've played, after you've whittled down their health a little bit. There's also just enemies that are extremely annoying to deal with, like the Sphere Guardian, that just insta-killed by Judgment. Judgment is such a good card. I love taking Judgment. Lesson Learned, I like taking for different reasons. I don't think Lesson Learned is actually great, but there's a lot of ifs with this card. It has a lot of potential. The upside, like the best case scenario of Lesson Learned is your every single turn, like every single combat, you're upgrading one of your cards for free by killing your enemy with Lesson Learned. You're probably not going to be doing that most of the time. A lot of the times, Lesson Learned will just be a 2 energy, 10 damage card, which is not a good rate. But yeah, the turns when you do get Lesson Learned to work, that's a feels good moment. Master of Reality. I love me a Master of Reality deck. Because you've noticed already, there's a few cards that the Watcher will create during combat. Like Miracles, like Expungers, like Through Violence, or what else? Smites and safeties. There's all sorts of cards that the Watcher is making during combat. Alpha makes a card during combat. There's a lot of cards that just get made during combat. So if you have the right build, Master Reality is just great. I love it. Omniscience, we've kind of already talked about. It's a card that's good if you have a card that's good in your deck. Which, by the way, Omniscience for Vault, that's a nombo right there. Vault is going to end the turn, and then you're not going to be able to play the second Vault. Ragnarok. I've talked about this card a lot. Maybe because it's just a really insane card that I really love to play when I'm playing the Watcher. 3 energy. 5 damage to a random enemy 5 times. It does have RNG. It's not always going to hit the enemy you want it to hit. And sometimes you're in a situation where it's like, if I get lucky, Ragnarok is going to deal all those 5 times to the same enemy, and that one enemy is going to die, and I'm not going to take a lot of damage this turn, and then it doesn't do that. Upgraded Ragnarok does 6x6, which is even more damage. And you could probably already guess that Ragnarok is really insane if you are in Divinity stance or Wrath stance, or if you have where's the card? Wreath of Flame. It's really, really fun. It's that's not to say it's a great card, but it's a fun card. And I like fun cards. Scrawl is good, I guess. I rarely find myself taking Scrawl. It's like 1 energy, draw cards until your hand is full. Okay, 1 energy drawing a bunch of cards is not that bad, but also like to get the most benefit out of this, you have to have a small number of cards in your hand, which means you've played a few cards, which means you're down on energy. What does this card do when it's upgraded? Hang on, I don't think I've even seen Scrawl upgraded. It costs 0. So that's good, I guess, but yeah. I don't know, if you upgrade it, I guess it's good. It's like the first card you play when you draw it. But it's not good in a retain deck. It's not good in... It's a very situational card. Spirit Shield is... You want this card in a retain deck. When your hand is full, stock full to the brim of cards, it's basically 2 energy for, I believe, 36 block is the max it can do on its own, if it's upgraded. So Spirit Shield is nice. It's a great lifesaver card. I very often upgrade this card first chance I get. Vault is kind of interesting. You're spending your entire turn to take an extra 1, and then you're ending the turn right then and there. So Vault can't be good, right? You're just throwing away the turn you had Vault in your hand. No. It is good. And here's why. Sometimes you have a shitty hand, and you just want to redraw your hand. Sometimes you'll have a bunch of energy, and you'll play a bunch of stuff, and then Vault. Sometimes you find that you're in Wrath stance and you're gonna die next turn, and you're really digging for that out of either Ragnarok to kill your opponent with, or a way out of Wrath stance. Vault is very useful. It's not good if the only thing you're doing with Vault is just taking an extra turn. It is good if you're using it to think ahead. Wish is another one of those cards that's very contentious in the... basically you'll find a lot of Watcher cards follow the same pattern of you're spending your entire turn to do something. Wish is one of those cards. You're spending your entire turn to either gain plate armor, strength, or gold. I find myself rarely picking the gold. I will almost always go for one of the other two, and usually it's the strength, but sometimes I really need the protection, so I'll take the plate armor. That said, I don't think this is a card you want to be playing defensively. If you only have 3 energy to spend that turn, you're gaining 6 block off of 3 energy, which you would rather gain 6 block off of, like, 1 energy. But Wish is still pretty good. In the long run, that 3 strength really matters. Let's see, are there... Okay. There's a few of these things that are... There are a few relics that are specific to the Watcher that I would like to talk about, like the Damaru, but I think because they're all kind of mixed together, I thought they'd be organized a little bit better than this. I'll wait until later. But Pure Water, I think, is actually one of the relics I'd be more willing to relic swap. With that said, let's move on to the next character. If it's going to take me an hour and 40 minutes to get through every single character, this is going to be a long stream. How long, you'd say? Calculator. Let's see, so an hour 40 would be 100 minutes times 4 is 400, divided by 60 is... Oh, we'd better not be looking at a 6-hour stream here. It's entirely possible that I'll have to put off the evaluation until later. Like, I'll maybe half evaluate like 2 of the characters, and then we'll move on to the others a different time, depending on how exhausted I feel. But onto the defect. Another try, yes indeed, meow. So, what have we got? We've got a relic swap. We've got a curse to transform 2 cards. It's not terrible. I almost never take the 3 potions, and a random rare. I'll take a random rare. Fission! Okay. Fission is fine. It's one of those cards that I realize it's way better when upgraded, but it's not terrible on its own, I guess. But it's not great until you get a lot of orbs. So, where do we go? What is our boss? We've got Hexaghost. We've got... I could go for this elite, but that's going to take me through that elite, so I think I'll go this side. Yeah, they really choke pointed me, didn't they? Not great. I'm going to be taking a bit of damage. Well, there's our fission. Let's see, we draw dual cast. I'm gonna hope I get lucky and kill you. Okay, we did. And now you're dead. Well. So Rebound is a fine card. It lets you replay the next card that you play, basically. You know, you can draw it the following turn too, which is nice. Static Discharge, great in a power deck, great in just it. If you really want to channel all your stuff, that's fun. Claws, though, I can almost never resist a pick one claw, because claw decks are just like the most insane fun I have as a defect. I'm going to take the claw. Okay. I would have liked to have more blocks than this, but I guess I'll be taking 7. Alright. Yeah, just fishing. Claw. That's not great. That was a waste of a turn. Well, there's our claw again. Ooh, can we kill? We can kill! Fire potion. Useful. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Tough picks. I love FTL and Claw decks. Because it's 0 energy for 5 damage. And usually this is going to be one of the first cards you play that turn, so it's going to replace itself. Compile Driver. Draws you cards. Genetic Algorithm is just good to start building up. I'm going to take that. Alright, let's Claw. Just play the Algorithm this turn because redrawing it is not going to be helpful. I think I fish in. Okay. Let's strike. Honestly, I think I use the fire potion. I don't want to take too much damage. Okay. Stack is a card that I hear a lot of people complain about, and I understand their complaints. It has a very low floor and a very high ceiling, and by that I mean basically you're either spending 1 energy for 2 block, or you're spending 1 energy for like 30 block. Yeah, it's one of those cards. Very situational. Chaos is kind of hilarious. The defect has a lot of randomness to it. Like, by the very nature of lightning being a thing that deals random damage to enemies. So Chaos just kind of fits that. And it might not be terrible to have alongside Fission. But Ball Lightning, all on its own, is just a very solid card. But I think I want Chaos. Just to see what that gets us. Okay, so we've got a Merchant. I don't know what I get. Cold Snap is useful. For, like, it's just a better strike with the upside of it channels Frost. If this were a Blizzard deck, that'd be good. Alternatively, Barrage. It's not that great a card. Unless you have good setup for Barrage, it's going to be dealing between 0 and 12 damage. It's not a bad card, it's just not always going to be that good. Hologram is very useful in a Claws deck. I might take that. Charged Battery sets you up for the next turn. You know, you're basically getting back the energy that you just spent. Heat Sinks is good if you're playing a Powers deck, otherwise it's just a dead card. Panic Button is a panic button. It's exactly what it says. You gain 30 block, but you can't gain block from cards for 2 turns. Specifically, keep in mind that it says from cards. So you still benefit from cards like Orichalcum or any of the other relics. Yeah, relics, not cards. You still benefit from those. You just can't play like a defend and expect not to die. I like it as a panic button. Bronze Scales is a relic that I thought was good when I started playing the game, and now I'm like, it's a nice to have. It's not the best, but there are certain enemies you like to have it. I think I take Hologram. Maybe even Panic Button. I'm gonna take Panic Button. Probably shouldn't, but fuck you. Let's see, 7 HP for removing a card. I guess I'll do it. What do I want to drop off? Maybe a strike or a defend. Probably a defend. And we've got the Lagavulin. Awesome. Okay, so genetic algorithm. I'm just gonna play it because why not? Endless chaos for plasma. Nice. Okay. Yeah, just gotta set ourselves up here. Let's zap. Alright, this is gonna be the turn we have to wake it up, I guess. Well, we could Panic Button this turn. That's... we could. Why not? Let's see. Let's strike, and fission. Okay. And yeah, we're gonna be taking a bit of damage here. Don't really like that. But that's fine, I guess. Okay, so Claw, Chaos, Dual Cast Zap. Okay, I think we've got this. Claw. Hologram back Claw. Okay, we're not gonna kill this turn, so might as well be a bit defensive here. Pain. Alright, evoke. You're dead. Do like Oddly Smooth Stone. It's just a very solid common relic where it means you're gonna block a bit easier. Colorless Potion is one of the potions I use the least. Recursion is useful. Recursion is kind of hilarious in dark decks if you're channeling darkness. Bullseye is kind of nice. I just want to take stack. Every instinct in my body is telling me not to, but I want to do it. Okay. I want to upgrade Fission just so I'm actually getting value out of playing the card. Hello, Gremlin Knob. Okay, strike. Let's Colorless Potion, see if we get an attack. I guess thinking ahead. Yeah, let's put stack on top. And then strike. Alright. Let's claw. Hologram back claw. Zap and stack. Okay, we might be a little bit too slow here. I think we're gonna die. Evoke. Draw. We do have our panic button there. Is it gonna be enough? It has to be the last card we play, so... I mean, that's exactly enough block, but now look at how much strength he has. Okay, we've got a kill. Pen Nib. Dexterity. Thunderstrike is good in the right deck, but in the wrong deck, it's basically only 3 energy for 7 damage. Go for the Eyes is a nice 0 cost card. Or another hologram. I'll go for the... no. Yeah? Yeah, I'll go for the Eyes. Also, Pen Nib, by the way, is a very setup sort of card. You kind of have to keep an eye on when this procs, so you're getting the most value out of it. Alright, chest. Oh, I love the Happy Flower. Just every 3 turns you get an extra energy. Okay, I definitely need health. Alright. Oh, we've got Lice. Chaos. That's a Plasma. Let's go for you and you and you and Panic. Okay. Zap. Fission. So I don't know if that actually upgrades genetic algorithm. It should, but yeah, I'm just not sure. Let's see, White Noise could be fun. It's a very chaotic card. No, let's go for the Eyes. Alright, I'll take Algorithm. Go for the Eyes on you. Let's hologram, go for the Eyes on you a second time. And I have all the block in the world. Alright, you can go for the Eyes. Ooh, nice, dark. I'll just evoke both of these. Yeah. Claw. There we go. Ooh, I like me a Beam Cell. Turbo is useful in certain decks if you have expensive cards or cards that cost X. And Recycle is a card that I don't think I have ever used once. It has its use, to be sure, but I would very much like to not exhaust an expensive card, thank you. Okay, now I think we Smith, and I want to upgrade Genetic Algorithm, just so that's getting an even better benefit. Oh, absolutely, I'll upgrade another card, thank you. What do we take? Upgraded Chaos is 2 orbs, so let's do that. And one more upgrade. Panic Button Plus. Maybe. Yeah, Panic Button Plus. Alright, Hexaghost, you and me, buddy. So Beam Cell, go for the Eyes. Just play all the cards. Save Panic Button. Alright. I think I'll just play all the defense. Okay. I do like genetic algorithm here. Alright, go for the Eyes Claw. Chaos. Fission. How much is Claw? 7 right now. So yeah, if I hologram back Claw, that's gonna do more. There we go. Strike. Not a great turn. I'd like to, if possible, kill Hexaghost before it does its second spinny. And we're taking 2 damage from this burn. I'd like to not panic button this turn. I'm gonna do it. The reason I did it was because I know I've still got, like, if I think he's, you know, he'll attack a little bit this turn. Ooh, actually, So we're not dead yet. We might die. Yeah. Yep, we're dead. I can dexterity potion to make my stat cost 5, but and down I go. So that was a horrid run. The defect, sure. Alright, defect. What's your deal? So the defect starts with a cracked core, which channels a lightning. And lightning orbs deal random damage to random enemies. As per usual, it has defends and strikes. It's got dual cast, which evokes the orb twice. And it upgraded, it's free. Zap, upgraded, is free. Ball lightning is a better strike that also channels lightning. So it's a great in a lightning deck. Barrage, honestly not that great. In some cases I'll take it, but you think the card is better than it is. Beam Cell, I find there's a thing with the defect in that it has a lot of decent value 0 cost cards. Beam Cell is one of those where 3 damage is nothing. Applying 1 vulnerable is what the card is good for. Beam Cell is great. Charge Battery, already explained this one, you know, it's a decent amount of block, and it gives you energy for the next turn. Claw, as you can see, is great if you find Claw a bunch of times. If you don't find Claw a bunch of times, it's still fine, but it's not good. Cold Snap is the frost equivalent of Ball Lightning. It deals a little bit less damage, but it channels Frost. Frost is the defensive orb, and there are cards that benefit off of Frost. Compile Driver is best case gonna draw you like, you know, 3-4 different cards. More frequently it'll draw you maybe 1 or 2. It's decent. Cool-Headed is a card that is very conditionally good. It's only really that good if you have a lot of focus or a lot of zero-cost cards that you could draw into that makes you spending that 1 energy still worth it. If you're playing a Blizzard deck, in which case you want to channel as much Frost as possible, Cool-Headed is good for all that. Go for the Eyes is another one of the, like, the kind of trifecta of zero-cost cards that don't really do much, but they add up. Go for the Eyes, unlike Beam Cell, is a conditional weak, but the fact that it's a card that's free, that's an attack, and it applies weak, is all packs a decent punch for a common card. Go for the Eyes is pretty good. Hologram. This is a card that kind of grew on me after a little bit, and part of that was when I realized that upgrading the card makes it not exhaust itself. Normally, it's like, you're not playing it for the 3 block, you're playing it to get the card back. But it's still like a one-time use because it exhausts itself. But you could upgrade it to make it as good as a defend and have upside. So Hologram, yeah, pretty useful. Lets you replay Claw pretty easily. Or if there's a card that you didn't have an opportunity to play at a different turn, is good. Leap, very solid defensive card. It's, you know, better than defend. Almost as good as 2 defends. Upgraded, it's like 12 or 13 block, which is insane for 1 energy on a common card. It keeps you alive, and that's what's important. Leap is useful. It's pretty damn good. Now, that doesn't mean I'll always take Leap if I see it. I usually like to take the more aggressive offensive cards, but it's a very solid card that will save your life. Rebound, we've kind of already talked about. It's a better strike with upside. If you don't want to put any cards in your hand on top of your draw pile, you could just play this as the last card. Recursion is fine, and then you upgrade it and it's even better. Because it's a sneaky 0 cost card. It doesn't cost 0, but it can cost 0. And what's really cool about Recursion with Dark is that it keeps how much that Dark had already built up. So say the Dark Orb got all the way up to, I think, like 32 is possible. It got up to 32 damage. You evoke that 32, and then it channels again, still at 32. So that's good. Stack is conditionally useful, but it'll also suck sometimes. Steam Barrier. You think this card has downside. Don't let that get to you. The only downside is if you're drawing this card a whole bunch of times during the fight, which usually means the fight is being won a little too slowly, at which point Steam Barrier is not a defensive control card. Steam Barrier is a card that you have when you want to play a little bit more offensively, but still not have to spend energy on keeping yourself alive. Streamline, 2 energy for 15 is still better than just 2 strikes. And it has the upside of being cheaper every single time. It's a fun card to get back with Hologram, And then you eventually have a 0 cost card that deals 15 damage. It's pretty good. I like Streamline. Then we've got Sweeping Beam. It's an AoE attack, the first AoE attack we've seen the defect have. It draws you a card. It's AoE. What's not to like? Turbo is a, upside of 2 energy. Downside of it being it shuffles a void into your discard pile, and it also takes up a card slot. Aggregate is hilarious. There's a number of X cards, like cards that cost X that the defect has access to, and Aggregate just makes those even better. But it's not that great by itself. It really needs, for you to be able to draw a bunch of cards or do all sorts of other stuff. Auto shields I love. You have to sequence it right, and sometimes you'll have a relic that kind of screws you over, so auto shields does nothing. Like if you have the anchor, where you start each combat with 10 block, then auto shields isn't gonna do anything. But if it's the first block card you play that turn, it's the best. It's very good. It's a very good rate. Blizzard is the payoff card to Channeling Frosts. That said, I find Blizzard decks are hard to build because either you're not channeling enough Frosts, or you have all the Frost cards in the world, but you never came across Blizzard. But if the stars line, you're spending 1 energy for a massive AoE. So Blizzard, pretty good. Boot Sequence is a very solid one-time use, free 10 block. It's pretty, I would go for it. Boot Sequence, yeah, pretty good. And if you don't need to use it the turn you have it in your starting hand, then you can always just redraw it later. Bullseye is very specifically useful when you're really relying on your orbs. If you're using a lot of darkness or lightning, Bullseye is great. Also keep in mind, lock on is indeed something that gets negated by artifact. Capacitor is a very solid power card. And here we have, I think, the first power card of many that the defect has access to. If you're building up a lot of orbs, Capacitor is super good. Because then you just have 5 lightnings all at once and they're dealing 15 damage every single turn. Chaos, we've already seen, it's a little bit more of a meme card. It's useful, but you aren't always going to get exactly what you want. There were times that last run where I channeled Plasma and I actually didn't really want Plasma. And as you saw, upgrading it makes you channel 2 orbs instead of 1. Chill is a must-have in a Blizzard deck because you'll often find you've got 4 enemies and then you chill for free, by the way, and you channel for Frost, and then Blizzard all of a sudden does 8. It's one-time use. As you can tell, better when there are more enemies. Consume is very good, especially combos well with Capacitor, because Consume, first of all, keep in mind it's a skill, not a power. You're giving up an orb slot for Focus, and Focus is very, very good. Darkness. So I actually just did a run of this game last night with a bunch of upgraded darknesses. Upgraded darkness, by the way, is channel 1 dark, and then you trigger all the passive effects of all of your darkness orbs. And darkness is a very curious orb. It's more of a long game type deal, where you're not chipping away at your opponent's health with like a lightning orb. But what you are doing is you're building up for a super massive awesome evoking your darkness to deal a lot of damage. Defrag, very solid. It's a power card, which is relevant. It makes all your orbs better. Well, except for Plasma. Doom and Gloom. It's an expensive AoE. The 10 damage for 2 energy, like it's still a solid card, but the 1 dark, you know, it's good for getting dark channeled, but honestly, like, I think Doom and Gloom is one of the lesser cards that you might get. Double Energy does exactly what the name says. It doubles your energy. So you're spending one energy out of 3 to play the card, so that means you're gonna have 4 energy. Upgraded, it is free. And this is a really useful one-time use card when you have a massive X card that you want to dump all your points into, or just a very expensive like 3 energy card. Equilibrium. So Retain, as far as I could tell, is a mechanic that before they added the Watcher just kind of already existed for the Defect and the Silent. The Watcher kind of turned it into a build around mechanic. But Equilibrium is really useful in that if you have a perfect hand, but you need to save your face, you can save your face that turn and still have your hand ready to play the next turn. FTL. Some people aren't a huge fan of this card. I can see why. I am, because it's free 5 damage that replaces itself almost all the time. Force Field. Unplayable unless you're playing power cards. And if you played, you know, even 2 energy for 12 block is a pretty good rate. 0 energy for 12 block is amazing. Fusion, channel 1 Plasma, it's fine, it's useful, but it's not going to be the most mind-blowing pick you ever get. It's a little bit better upgraded because it costs 1 instead of 2. Genetic Algorithm is a long-term plan. It's hilarious with the spoon relic, because the spoon relic is like you don't exhaust cards 50% of the time, meaning you could redraw Genetic Algorithm and get it to trigger twice, which would be great. Early on, it's a do-nothing card, and then late in the game, it's a 1 energy, you take no damage this turn card. Super useful. Glacier. An extremely defensive card. So first off, what makes this card good is the channeling 2 Frost. 2 energy for 7 block is not that great. But 7 block and channeling 2 Frost means, worst case scenario, assuming you have no negative focus, you are gaining 11 block for 2 energy. That's okay, you know, that's pretty okay. Plus, channeling Frost is relevant. Heat sinks, well, I kind of explained before, useless unless you have other power cards. So I don't think this is a card that you pick until you already have power cards. Otherwise, it's just going to be a dead card in your hand. Hello World! I guess is useful. It's got the randomness. Common cards, by the way, being just like all of these cards up here that are gray. Sometimes it helps you, sometimes it's... you just ignore the cards it gives you. Loop is okay. You know, it's a... as long as you're keeping one orb at all times, it gives you a little bit of an extra edge. Plus, it's a power card. Melter absolutely devastates any enemy that loves to build up their block. Like the Sphere Guardian, which you can see right there, is being melted. Yeah, Melter is a card that scales really well the more block your enemy has, because it's always going to deal that 10 damage. Like, your enemy could have like 120 block, and they're going to lose all that block and still take 10 damage. Melter is insane. Overclock. So, drawing 2 cards for free is good. Adding the burn to your discard pile, not as good. But if you can win before that becomes a problem, you're doing well for yourself, friend. I like Overclock in claw decks, especially, because that means I'm more likely to draw my claws. Recycle. I'm not personally... oh, hi, Rumble VR. I'm not personally a huge fan of playing Recycle. I don't... nothing against the card personally, it's just... I would rather play the card than exhaust it, and if I'm exhausting a card, it's going to be an expensive card, which I would rather just play. Reinforced Body. Lifesaver. This is just a... first of all, it's just a better defend. Then you can also just sink so much X into it and just absolutely save your face. Reprogram. Looks like it should be a power, but it is actually a skill. This card is really fun. Obviously you don't want it in a deck that relies too much on orbs. Oh, you tried to raid me and messed up? Oh, that's too bad. Well, I appreciate the thought anyway. Yeah, reprogram, 1 energy, 1 downside, 2 upsides, you know? Useful stuff. There's a lot of really interesting builds you can do with reprogram. Rip and Tear. The funny thing about Rip and Tear is it doesn't have a home in any deck. It's just always there. It's perfectly fine to draw, you know, you're still dealing 14 damage overall for 1 energy, which is a decent rate, but it's also just like, this is not a build around card. It combos well with reprogram, but yeah, just you take it for rip and tear. You don't take it because, oh, this is the exact card that this deck has been missing. Scrape. I love me the zero cost deck. It feels very good to play. And if you have a bunch of claws, Scrape just draws you those claws. Self-Repair is a card that is a power. It's useful. It stacks pretty well. You know, healing is not a thing that you can do too often. But Self-Repair lets you do that. The problem is it does nothing for the fight itself. It's if you win the fight, you get good stuff. But it is a power, and that's relevant. Skim. 1 energy, draw 3. Or if it's upgraded, draw 4. It's good. You know, it has its uses. Oh, thank you, Rumble VR, for the raid. Looks like you finally got it, friend. Nice. So, yeah, Skim. I find I want this card only in zero cost decks. Nice, nice. Static Discharge. You don't want to be taking unblocked damage, but this card is hilarious to play against, like, what are they? The birds. You know the birds, the annoying birds. Static Discharge is good against them. Storm. A must-have in any power deck. It basically is the engine that the power deck relies on for you to win. Yeah, channeling 1 lightning every time you play a power. It's a dead card unless you have a bunch of powers. Sunder. It's good in the early game. You know, it's just a free kill on so many different enemies. But by the time you hit Act 2, it's not really doing anything. It's just sitting in your hand. Sure, it does a lot of damage, but it's not often going to kill the enemy. The cool thing about Sunder is it's not about it being fatal. Because fatal is the mechanic of if this card kills a non-minion, this doesn't care about if it's a minion or not. You still get the benefit. Tempest. Build up a bunch of energy from, like, recycle and stuff, and sink all that into Tempest, and then you channel, like, a whole bunch of lightning orbs, and it's really fun and really cool. White Noise is part of a cycle of cards that the Defect, Silent, and Ironclad all have access to. It's a 1 energy skill that adds a random power into your hand that costs 0 this turn. It's useful. It's a lot of RNG though, so it might not be that good depending on the situation. All for One is the must-have card. Hello, DD Donster. All for One is the must-have card in order to make a zero-cost deck work. Because otherwise, you're just playing a bunch of underpowered cards that don't really necessarily scale that well. Some of them do, like Claw, but others, like Go for the Eye, don't scale at all. All for One lets you replay all those cards. It's such a good card. I love All for One. Amplify is very useful. So this is also from a cycle of cards that the other first two characters have access to. It's a rare for 1 energy. The next this insert type of card gets played twice. And being able to play power cards twice is probably one of the more useful ones because of the fact that power cards are one-time use only. So you're taking a card like Biased Cognition and essentially getting a second copy of it. Speaking of, Biased Cognition. You do not want this in a slow deck. You will run out of steam and eventually not be able to do any damage at all and just die. You only want Biased Cognition in a deck that plans to win soon. Buffer. Buffer, you have to think a lot when you play the card, because sometimes you'll have, like, a way to deal 1 damage to yourself and all of a sudden Buffer does nothing. Or you'll have situations where you have Buffer active and you're focusing too much on playing all the defensive cards and then you realize, oh wait, I couldn't have blocked all the damage anyway, and so you wasted all that energy that you should have spent attacking the enemy. I like Buffer. It's very useful, but it requires a lot of thinking to get the most value out of. But even at its very worst, it is block the next 2 attacks. And the next 2 attacks can end up being like an attack that would be for 107 damage. But you don't take 107, you take 0. Core Surge. I very often like to take this card, just even if I don't have a way to benefit from the artifact. Usually you want the artifact as like a, follow up the artifact with Biased Cognition, and then all of a sudden you're not losing 1 focus every turn. But sometimes you just don't care about the artifact. It's still a 1 energy 11 damage, or 1 energy 15 if you upgrade it. Creative AI is very good in a powers deck, but you're spending your entire turn to play Creative AI. And then the power cards you get aren't going to be free, so maybe you get another Creative AI. Do you spend your second turn doing nothing? Good question. It's a decent card. Like, Creative AI is fine. I just, it needs the right deck. It needs to be in a good power deck. Echo Form is such, it's another power that you're spending your entire turn to do nothing. But then after that, you get the first card you play each turn is played twice. And very often I will forget that's a thing. So I'll be like, I'll play my Claw, and then the Claw gets played twice, and it's like, why did that happen? So, but Echo Form, pretty decent. Again, you're spending your entire turn to do nothing, but it's setting up for the turn after. Electrodynamics is a power, would you believe? And it makes it's a must-have in any lightning deck. Because being able to have your lightning hit all enemies gets rid of the randomness, and it just makes lightning really, really good. So absolutely, yeah. Plus the lightning it gives you for free when you play, well, it's not free, it costs you energy. But the lightning you get when you play this card makes it even better. Fission is... I will rarely play Fission unless it's upgraded. That's, you know, we saw last time with that last run. Fission is like, eh. But also, eh. It's good. But it's not great. I'd rather get the full value out of my orbs by not exhausting them, by evoking them. Hyper Beam is one of the best cards in the game. One of the best AoE cards in the game, I should say. 2 energy, 26 damage to all enemies. 26 damage to all enemies. 2 energy. Just ignore the lose 3 focus part. That in and of itself will absolutely annihilate most multiple enemy fights. You're getting a lot of bang for your buck, and if you happen to have an artifact, then you don't lose 3 energy. 3 focus, I mean. Hyper Beam is good. Machine Learning is good in a lot more subtle way. It's another power, which is relevant, and just drawing a extra card every single turn. Super relevant, you know? So, yeah, with Machine Learning, it's like... drawing extra cards is good. And you're drawing extra cards for free. So, Machine Learning, hell yeah, go for it. It's good in 0-cost decks because the problem with drawing so many extra cards is you can't always play all the cards. But if the card costs 0, then you can play all the cards. Meteor Strike is unplayable unless you have the energy to play it. But you know how those 3 energy cards are you taking up your entire turn to do nothing? Meteor Strike is absolutely taking up your entire turn. But it's not doing nothing. It's dealing 24 damage and channeling 3 plasma. So if you can play Meteor Strike, if you can somehow get the 5 energy to play Meteor Strike, good for you, friend. You did it. You won the game. That's not saying that if you can build a Meteor Strike deck, you're guaranteed to win. It's just... you were able to enable a card that was otherwise impossible to play. Multicast is essentially a secondary version of Dualcast. Multicast, X can be however much you want it to be. This is really fun to have in a darkness deck because then the dark that has channeled all the way up to like 42 damage can be evoked 3 times. And you're now all of a sudden dealing 120 damage in a single turn. Rainbow is surprisingly good. And the reason I say surprisingly is you're spending 2 energy to get 3 orbs, and only like one of the orbs is going to deal a little bit of damage, the other orb is going to give you a little bit of block, and the third orb is going to do literally nothing the turn you play it. But it's taking up all 3 of your orb slots, which means you're likely to evoke something when you play Rainbow. And it always channels the darkness last, meaning it gives the darkness time to build up. You're not always gonna evoke the darkness, but when you do, it's good. Reboot. 0 energy, shuffle all your cards into your draw pile, draw 4 cards, exhaust. This is the mulligan card. This is the card of, well, let's say you aren't doing anything with any of your other cards. Reboot is basically a, I don't like this hand, I'm gonna discard all these cards and hope I draw something good. However, in a zero cost deck, Reboot is insane because you're basically getting two hands. You get to play out your entire first hand, and then you play Reboot, and then you get to play out your entire second hand. Seek. This card I was, like, very skeptical about until recently. Here's the thing. Seek is a tutor card. If you play Magic the Gathering, you know tutors are important. Seek is a 0 energy tutor card. You get Seek for free. So it's basically a, what is the one card that I still have yet to draw that I really either need to play to set up, or I need to get myself out of this situation, or all that sort of stuff. Seek is that. Seek is the, well, I can get you that card. Granted, it's not always going to be able to get you the card you want. Sometimes the card will be in your discard. Thunderstrike is a maybe card. It's only really good if you're doubling down on lightning as your primary way of dealing out damage. If you're channeling a whole bunch of lightning with like electrodynamics and tempests, and like maybe you're playing a storm deck and so you've channeled a bunch of lightning with storm, then Thunderstrike is going to win you the game. Otherwise, Thunderstrike is going to be you spending your entire turn to deal 7 damage, and that's not a good feeling, is it? Also, keep in mind, Thunderstrike will deal to a random enemy. So it follows suit with thunder, with lightning. I mean, it's gonna deal damage where it's gonna deal damage randomly. So we've gotten through the evaluation of all the defect cards. And it's now been 2 hours and 40 minutes. Do I really want to keep doing this with the other 2 characters? If I do, this might be a 5-hour stream or longer. Let's do it. Let's keep going. But I'm not going to do any runs with the other 2 characters. I'm just going to evaluate them. Hi, Asparagus. So, Silent. The Silent is arguably the most difficult one because you have the least amount of health. And the Silent relies a lot on skills, which one of the enemies you can run into with the Silent is, you know, the Gremlin Knob, which gets stronger the more skills you play. So it's got its usual defense and strikes. You got Neutralize. I love you too, DD Donster. Yeah, you've got Neutralize, which is, you know, it's not great for 3 damage. What's great is that it's free and that it applies weak. And weak is relevant, especially to the Silent. Survivor is such a good card. It's, like, you're like, oh, discard 1, oh no, that's a downside. No, no, no. You're not going to be playing out your entire hand anyway. And 1 energy, 8 block. Upgrade it, and it's like 11 block, which is a super good rate for a starter card. Survivor is pretty good, and it enables discard. Speaking of discard, we've got Acrobatics, which is a card that I was extremely skeptical about until more recently when I played with the card a little bit more, and then I'm like, actually this is pretty good, especially in a discard deck. It draws you a lot of extra cards. In certain builds, you want to really watch the number of cards that you have left in your draw pile, and acrobatics can help fix that. Even outside of a discard deck, you're spending 1 energy to draw 3 cards, and the discard 1 card doesn't matter because you're not going to be playing all the cards in your hand. Backflip is just a better defend that also draws you cards. It's pretty decent. That said, I don't find myself taking backflip very often. It's like, it's fine, but I usually want to, you know, I'm not the biggest fan of backflip. Bane is a better strike that gets twice as good when the enemy is poisoned, which isn't the most difficult thing for the Silent to do. I find 9 out of every 10 Silent runs, I maybe just be making up that number, but about 90% of the time when I'm playing the Silent, I will come across at least 1 card that can poison my enemy. So yeah, 1 energy, 7 damage, or 14 damage. Or if it's upgraded, 20 damage. Blade Dance is a strictly better strike. It's gonna deal 12 damage for 1 energy instead of 6 damage. The thing about Blade Dance is, like, it's really good for a Shiv deck, but even if you don't have a Shiv deck, it's still really good. It's a very on rate, even above rate. They did recently rebalance this card to make it even better than it was before, and it was still better than Strike back then. Blade Dance, a really good common card. I am a fan of Blade Dance. Cloak and Dagger. 6 block, and you get a Shiv. So the 6 block is better than defend, and the Shiv is useful because you're allowed to be offensive. So cool. Dagger Spray, AoE, and has a few uses. This, like, if your enemy is vulnerable, or this is upgraded, or whatever. I like Dagger Spray. Dagger Throw is a better strike. It loots, looting being a term in Magic the Gathering, where you draw a card then discard a card. Basically, it filters through your deck, helps you find the cards you need, and worst case scenario, you're just milling yourself a card, which just means you're going to be reshuffling your deck sooner. Deadly Poison. Here's the thing. A lot of people probably say this card is not really good. And they're not wrong. But I'd still maybe pick it sometimes, because the thing is, if you're looking at overall amount of damage that Deadly Poison is going to do over a certain number of turns, even unupgraded, 5 damage, plus 4 is 9, plus another 3 is 1, 2, 3, 12, plus another 2, plus 1. So you can overall deal 15 damage off of a single energy over a course of 5 turns. More relevant is that it keeps building up poison on top of other cards that already apply poison. But yeah, it's not bad. but it's not as good as I thought it was when I first played the card. Deflect is a slightly worse defend, with the plus side of it being free. So there is that. Dodge and roll is kind of the same, except this one has a plus side of it giving you that much block twice. So with these cards right here, you can kind of see the defect likes to be not defect. The silent likes to be very defensive. You know, it has the least amount of health, so of course it wants to be as defensive as possible. Flying Knee, on the other hand, is a very decent offensive card that, kind of similar to Recharge Battery from the defect, except instead of it being a block, it's an attack. So, you know, pretty on rate, sets up for the next turn. The Silent likes to set up for the next turn just about as much as the Watcher does, as you can see with Outmaneuver. Outmaneuver being 1 energy, you're spending 1 energy this turn to gain 2 energy next turn. So that's a decent trade-off. You're basically, sacrificing the turn to see where you can go with the next turn. That's pretty decent and pretty useful with cards that cost X. Piercing Wail off the bat doesn't look all that good, but it scales really well when you have multiple enemies, and it can save your life. It's like, this card has saved my life multiple times. Downside being, unlike a block, Piercing Wail can be shut down by an artifact, so you do have to be careful there. I would say artifacts kind of cause the most issue for the Silent, and there's an argument for that maybe not being the case, but I think it is. Poison Jab is a strictly better strike. That said, it's not great. 1 energy, 6 damage is just average. And applying 3 poison is, I guess, an upside. It's not a downside, but it's also not, like, good. I very often find I'll have poison stabs in poison builds, but the poison stab I will use to get rid of my enemy's artifact. I don't really care about the 3 poison, I care about the getting rid of the artifact. Prepared! So here's the thing about Prepared. It's filtering, but it's -1 card. Like, if you have Prepared and play Prepared, you are now turning your 5-card hand into a 4-card hand. That's still not bad if you weren't going to play all those cards anyway, but I'm just saying, it's not as good as I initially thought it was. That said, it still has its uses, and there are still decks where I would absolutely take a Prepared. Quick Slash draws you a card. That's what it does. It's an attack that draws you a card. It's pretty okay. Slice is on rate with Strike, but it's free, which makes it better. Sneaky Strike is one of the, I wouldn't exactly call it a payoff card, to being a discard, to when you're playing a discard deck. I would say it's more of a, yeah, it's less of a payoff card and more of a win more card when you're playing a discard deck, because who doesn't love a 12 damage card that is virtually free? Sucker Punch applies weak. That's why the card is good. It's not the 7 damage, it's the applying weak. And the 7 damage is pretty good too, but yeah, there's a few, like, the Ironclad likes to apply vulnerable, the Silent likes to apply weak. Accuracy, pretty much a guaranteed must-have in any Shiv deck. That said, I would not pick this card until you have any Shivs, because otherwise it's a dead card. That has happened to me in the past, where I'm like, oh, I'm perfectly well set up for a Shiv build, and I didn't get any Shivs, and this was just, like, sitting in my hand. All out attack, very solid card. 1 energy, 10 damage to all enemies. That in and of itself is good. The discarding 1 card at random can sometimes screw you over. You don't get to pick what you discard, but sometimes it doesn't matter because it's the last card you play. But yeah, all out attack, pretty good, pretty solid. It's also a 1 energy discard enabler. Backstab is pretty interesting. It's a 0 cost card. It kind of, it fits a similar role as Boot Sequence with the defect, except Backstab, you're almost always going to play it on the first turn you have it. It's just a great way to get an early early damage, which is weird, because it's just like one-time use, but it can also one-shot some pretty weak enemies. Yeah, Backstab is a pretty interesting card. Blur. God, everyone loves Blur. Blur is a strictly better defend, because Blur says block is not removed at the start of your next turn. This stacks. If you play 2 Blurs in the same turn, then that means your block won't get removed for the next 2 turns. Because normally block wears off at the end of every single turn. Blur says it doesn't. Yeah, and like I mentioned before, the Silent likes to play very defensively sometimes, and Blur is useful for that. Bouncing Flask is the... I'd say it's probably... It takes up the slot that Deadly Poison would in a better poison deck. Deadly Poison is fine. Bouncing Flask is better. There is this slight downside of it applying random poison instead to who you want it to. That said, it's a pretty solid use of 2 energy. It's kind of feel bad if your enemy has like a bunch of artifacts and it just removes 3 artifacts. But that said, you could build up 9 poison on a single enemy and be in a pretty good spot. Calculated Gamble is interesting. It's just a mulligan card. Like, because unlike with, what was the reboot with the defect, this card actually does get worse if you play other cards before you play Calculated Gamble. I don't often take this card, honestly. It's fine, but it's not that great. Caltrops is okay. It's pretty okay. Stacks pretty nicely. If you have 2 Caltrops and they're both upgraded, then your opponent is taking 10 damage every single time they attack you, which is straight up better than a strike. Catalyst is, I say, a must-have in any poison deck. However, I would not take it if you only have like 1 poison card, because you'll very likely not be playing Catalyst. Upgrading it means it triples the enemy's poison instead of doubling it, which is insane. If your opponent, if you have a ton of poison that you've applied to your enemy and they have like 50 poison, then you play upgraded Catalyst and then it goes to 150 poison. Or let's say you got 2 upgraded Catalysts because it's, you know, uncommon. That's totally possible. The thing about upgraded, yeah, if you have like say 5 poison on your enemy, then you play upgraded Catalyst. Well, now it's 15 poison. Then you play the other upgraded Catalyst, and now it's 45 poison. Catalyst Plus stacks really well. Choke. A very interesting card. It, like, obviously, it's a card that benefits from you playing other cards. So it's really good in a Shiv build. I wouldn't exactly call it a payoff to a Shiv build. I would call it a... This card has an upside if you are playing a Shiv build. Concentrate is a card that everyone says is really good, and I have yet to make it really good. Well, I don't know if everyone says it's really good. Basically, you're discarding most of your hand. Because think of this. Normally, you're going to have a 5-card hand, right? And then you're playing this 1 card, and then getting rid of 3 other cards. That only leaves you with 1 card in your hand. It's good if you're drawing a bunch of cards. And it's good if you have Unceasing Top. It's not good if you are basically just starting out the game, because it's just a dead card. I think it's good with Skewer, like X cards. It's pretty decent with. Crippling Cloud is pretty decent. It's unplayable if your enemy has artifacts, but if your enemy doesn't have artifacts, it's AoE poison and weak. Like, it kind of feels bad that you're spending 2 energy on it, but you're also applying weak, so you're not worrying too much about the fact that you don't have leftover energy to spend. Dash doesn't really fit in any decks for the silent. It's just an attack that also gives you block. It's pretty decent, but it's also like, okay. You know, I like it. 2 energy for 10 block, that'd be playable. 2 energy for 10 damage, that'd be playable. 2 energy for both? Ooh, nice. Distraction. This is the silence version of that cycle I mentioned earlier. You get a random skill, it costs 0. Fun fact about distraction, it can actually get you another distraction, and you can just kind of loop them. That you have to get lucky or unlucky for that to happen. So, yeah, it's fine. You never know what you'll get. Endless Agony is interesting. It's like, most of the time when I get Endless Agony, I'm just going to play both Endless Agonies and have that be it. It's just a free 8 damage. There's a hypothetical of this might be decent in a discard deck as a card for you to discard and still gain benefit out of because you created another copy of it in your hand. But that's more of a hypothetical. I've rarely actually done that. Escape Plan is weird because it's a free sometimes gain 3 block. It draws you a card, it replaces itself. It's decent. I wouldn't exactly say it's great, but it's decent. Eviscerate. Such a funny card. In any discard deck, I think this is the only card that cares about how many cards you discard. Like, it scales with how many cards you discard. Other discard cards are just like, well, if you have discarded anything, then benefit. This card is like, no, the more cards you discard, the more benefit you get. So Eviscerate is pretty damn cool. 7 times 3 is good. And the times you can play Eviscerate for free are very feel-good moments. Let's see. Expertise is hard to play. I can't really find the deck that I want to play Expertise in. I find I'm just, unless I have an overabundance of energy, I'm rarely gonna pick Expertise. It's not that it's not good, it's just that I myself haven't really found much use for it. Finisher is hilarious. This is absolutely a payoff to a Shiv build, because you play a bunch of Shivs on your turn, and then you Finisher, and you do like 6 times 5 damage, which is a lot for 1 energy. What's this? Fléché? Fléchettes? I don't know. This is fine. If you have a bunch of skill cards, it's good. But I haven't really done a deck like that in a long time. I rarely pick this card these days. I still think it's most of the time going to be better than Strike. That said, not always. Footwork, you gain 2 dexterity. It's a power. I'd say that's a pretty, solid thing, gaining dexterity. You gain more block when you play block cards. Nice. Heel Hook is the silence version of that one card that the Ironclad has access to. Heel Hook replaces itself if the enemy is weak, and if the enemy is not weak, it's still 5 damage for 1 energy. Not the best, but you can chip in some damage. Infinite Blades. You can add some Shivs. So, yeah, Infinite Blades is basically the same as it's similar to that one card that the Watcher has access to that gives you smites at the start of every turn. The difference being Shivs are free, but they're not as good. But Infinite Blades is very good in a Shiv build, because it guarantees you a Shiv every turn. Or even if it's not a Shiv build, it's a free 4 damage every turn. Leg Sweep is probably the most solid defensive card that the Silent has access to. 2 energy, it applies to weak, and you gain 11 block. I find myself upgrading this card a lot, because it saves you so many times. It's like the most... You breathe a sigh of relief when you play Leg Sweep. Masterful Stab, 0 energy, deal 12 damage. Unless you've taken any damage at all this combat, in which case it gets worse and worse. It's good in a very defensive deck where you know you're not going to be taking damage. Or even if not, it's still decent as a card to have in your starting hand. That said, you have to know that you have to have the confidence that you're not going to be taking that much damage in order to play this card. Noxious Fumes. Even if you're not playing a poison build, I often take this card because it's a decent... It's a good control card. You'll eventually win the game with Noxious Fumes. In the meantime, you can sit back and play defensively. But I feel worse about Noxious Fumes these days than I did in the past when I first started playing it. That's not that it's bad, it's just... I don't know, it's useful. 1 energy, it's pretty good rate for 1 energy. I'd probably take it most cases. Predator. We saw Predator. Actually, no, we didn't see Predator. We saw the card that draws 2 cards that turn Wheel Kick, I think it's called. Right? No, Predator is setting up for the next turn. So you know the turn that you play Outmaneuver? You're probably also going to be playing Predator. Because then you have 2 more cards to play that with that 2 more energy. Also, just 2 energy for 15 damage. Pretty nice. Reflex. This card actually got upgraded, I noticed. It used to only draw you 1 card. Now it draws you 2. Reflex is a card that... It is what it says. It's a dead card unless you can discard it. They're decent to have in discard builds, but not necessary. Riddle with Holes is hilarious, but also doesn't really have a place in the silent. It's like 2 energy, 3 times 5, okay. What deck wants this? I mean, it's good. It will deal a bunch of damage. It's on rate for 2 energy. I still don't fully understand what deck really wants Riddle with Holes when you're playing the Silent. Maybe a setup deck. Setup is an interesting card that I find I'm rarely playing, but it has uses. You could put like a Riddle with Holes on the bottom of your deck and then you draw it and it costs 0. Cool. Skewer is a card that I said might be decent with Concentrate. You're basically giving up the rest of your hand to be able to play a really powerful Skewer. It's also kind of interesting that the Silent, you know, one of the more defensive characters, has Skewer. You'd think that'd be like the card that like maybe the Ironclad would have, but you know, Skewer, yeah, it's still a solid card. If you have a lot of energy, go for Skewer. Tactician, if nothing else, you're spending 1 energy to play a better strike, so why not? Tactician, same thing as Reflex, basically. It's a card that's dead in your hand unless you have a way to discard it. Tactician is kind of my preference because you can really make out on energy if you have Tactician, but yeah, I don't know. Terror! Apply 99 vulnerable. Basically, point at an enemy, they will be vulnerable for the rest of the fight. Very useful in a Shiv build, and any build where you're actually attacking your opponent. Well Laid Plans is one of the few retained cards that existed before the Watcher existed, and it's fine. You know, it's very set up for, like, you know, preparation, you know, preparing yourself for the turn ahead. There are some decks in which I will take Well Laid Plans, but they are few and far between. 1,000 Cuts is a great card when you're playing a bunch of other cards. Same with Afterimage. 1,000 Cuts and Afterimage pair very well, because it's just, you know, whenever you play a card, you deal 1 damage to all enemies and you gain a block. That's a lot of value off of playing just any card at all. Then Adrenaline. I like this card. It's, you know, 0 energy, gain 1 energy, and draw 2 cards. That's solid. That is very solid. And upgrading it feels good. Alchemize is a card that, I guess is good, but I find myself very often not really using potions. Sometimes I do, like, I'll remember to use them when I really need to. I've been getting better at that, but that said, I don't think I would ever take Alchemize. I have in the past. I'm not sure if I would. Unless I had the right build for it. Bullet Time is the funniest card for the silent. It's 3 energy, so you're spending your entire turn to make every card in your hand free. That's pretty decent, especially if you're playing some expensive cards. You know, like Nightmare or Wraithform or Envenom, whatever, you know. It makes it all free. Downside being you can't draw extra cards this turn. Sure. Burst is part of that rare cycle. This one is focused on skills. So skills, you play Burst, and then your next skill gets played twice, which is pretty fun. Corpse Explosion. Like, playing Burst into Adrenaline feels nice. Corpse Explosion. Or Burst into Doppelganger. Hell yeah. Corpse Explosion. First of all, this stacks. If you Corpse Explosion on the same enemy more than once, then when they die, they deal damage equal to its max HP like 2 or 3 times, however many times you played Corpse Explosion on that enemy. There's a lot of fights Corpse Explosion is very important in. Even if you're not playing a poison build, the important thing is basically turning a 3 enemy fight into a 1 enemy fight. That's kind of what you're looking at. Die 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 is a super solid AoE card. It exhausts itself, but it does some good AoE damage. Doppelganger is one of those cards where you're spending your entire turn to do nothing, and then your next turn is going to be insane. Sometimes this is just a nice card to, like, upgrade and then play for 0, and then you still draw 1 extra card and gain 1 extra energy the next turn. It's fine. Envenom. It's more of a Shiv build sort of card than it is a poison build sort of card, but it plays a role in both for different reasons. In a poison build, it builds up poison, and in a Shiv build, it's a way to build up poison. It's very useful, especially if you're playing Shivs. Glass Knife, super solid card if you're winning quickly, and you should be winning quickly if you're playing Glass Knife. You know, it has the downside of it being weaker every single time you play it, but that shouldn't be an issue. Grand Finale is the memeiest of meme cards. If you are serious about winning this, you know, if you're serious about your run, do not take Grand Finale. If you're not serious about your run and you want to see if you can get Grand Finale to work, absolutely go for it. It's fun if you can. Grand Finale is the card that you really want to look at how many cards you're drawing, so like you can filter through your deck with Prepared. You can keep Grand Finale in your hand if you have well-laid plans. You can put Grand Finale on the bottom of your deck if you have Setup. And then you just need to use the various number of cards that draw, like Quick Slash, Prepared, and Dagger Throw, to keep track of the number of cards that are in your draw pile so that you have a multiple of 5, and then wait until you draw a Grand Finale. This card takes a lot of setup to work, but if you can get it to work, it feels nice. It feels nice to play. Most of the time, it's just going to sit in your hand and do nothing. Malaise is a very solid defensive card, and spending your entire turn to sink all your energy into Malaise is not as feels bad as like sinking your entire turn on a Nightmare, because with Malaise you're still ensuring you're not going to take as much damage. Nightmare is a card that a lot of people love. I see why they love it, but also it leads to some meme moments. A lot of situations, I will just not play this card. It'll just be a dead card in my hand. So I don't know about Nightmare overall being a good card, but it is situationally a very good card. Then we have Phantasmal Killer. This is good for a Shiv build. You know, your Shivs next turn will deal double damage, or any build that relies on attacking. It's useful. Storm of Steel. The thing I don't like about Storm of Steel is you discard your entire hand for Shivs when Finisher is a card I love to have in a Shiv build. So essentially I'm discarding Finisher for another Shiv. So I lose my Finisher. Like, sure, not a bad card, but still. Tools of the Trade. At the start of your turn, draw a card and discard a card. It's filtering. It gives you a card draw, card selection. It's pretty solid. Unload. The downside is that you discard all non-attack cards in your hand. No. That's an upside. Discarding all non-attack cards in your hand means you're discarding curses and status cards too. And if you just save this to be the last card you play, if nothing else, it's 1 energy, 14 damage. That's pretty good. And as you can tell, it's a solid card in a discard deck, because it discards. Then we have Wraith Form. You're spending your entire turn to gain Intangible. This is a card I always swing back and forth between. The subreddit for Slay the Spire seems to think this card is extremely good. Always take Wraith form. I myself am like, sometimes I will, sometimes I won't. I see why it's good. Intangible is very powerful. But spending your entire turn to play Wraith form doesn't feel good. And then you're on a ticking clock to finish the game. So, I don't know. Wraith form is decent, not always an insta-take. Next cards. Let's look at the red cards. So this is for the Ironclad, and I've definitely swayed back and forth between which is my favorite character to play as in Slay the Spire. I think the Ironclad might be my favorite. And I know that's like basic, you know, basic bitch, whatever. Picking the very first character that you play as in the game, and it's the easiest character to play as. No. Here's the thing about the Ironclad. It's just hit thing with big stick. Bash. You start the game with Bash in your deck. 2 energy, so it's a little bit pricey for 8 damage. Sure, that's fine. And 2 vulnerable. That's the good part, the vulnerable. Anger is a better strike that, as the game goes on, will clog up your deck. But it's also free 6 damage. Armaments is like a card that a lot of people might not be a big fan of. I personally am a big fan of it. I like the fact that with armaments, you can basically upgrade this and then not worry so much about which cards you're going to upgrade later. And armaments has a few various uses, but just overall, like, even if you don't upgrade armaments, you're still gonna make whatever card you want better. Body Slam. Amazing card in a block deck. One of the things the Ironclad likes to do, as much as playing offensively, is play defensively. And then Body Slam, you know, have, say, 100 blocks saved up, and then you Body Slam for 100 damage. It's solid. Body Slam is a solid card, and almost always an upgrade for me, because I'm turning it from 1 energy, to 0 energy. Clash is the card that you probably shouldn't take. But if you can, take Clash. Alright, bye Ian. Have a good dinner. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, Clash is the card that you're, like, supposed to not take under any circumstances at all because it's a bad card. I disagree. If you can get Clash to work, it feels good. Because not spending energy on 14 damage feels good. The downside being, you have to find some way of not having non-attacks in your hand. So, if you have exhausts... Oh, Lunar Oatmeal, thank you for the raid. Yeah, Clash is like a don't take this card, but you could take this card. Cleave is a very solid AoE. For 1 energy, 8 damage. AoE. Like, it's a better strike. It is a better strike. That is also AoE. You're not a major fan of the Ironclad? I am, actually. I think Ironclad might be my favorite. Yeah, so Cleave, pretty solid common card. Nice AoE. Clothesline is kind of like Bash, you know, 2 energy, deal some damage, apply a debuff. The debuff here being weak, it allows you to be a little bit more offensive and worry less about playing blocks, because then you at least weakened your enemy. That said, I don't find myself taking Clothesline that often. Yeah, like that's the thing. Any character you can have really nuts runs with. Defect is insane, especially if you can get a really good claw deck going. I love me some claw defect. But yeah, I'd say the Ironclad. I really enjoy a lot of Ironclad runs. Anyway, Flex. Doesn't seem all that good. And it's not. But if you have a way to get rid of the lose 2 strength, it's really good. And if you have, and even if you don't, you can gain benefit off of having extra strength that turn. So Flex is fine. If you have the right setup for it, definitely take Flex. If you don't, maybe still think about it. Havoc is like interesting. Havoc is, it plays a role in the exhaust deck. It, even if it's not for the exhaust deck, it's still like, if you play some expensive cards, you might get a discount by playing Havoc. The downside is that the card gets exhausted, so if the fight goes on too long, eventually you'll have no deck. But Havoc can be kind of insane. But I don't really play with it that much. Headbutt is pretty solid, and it's actually a card that I've ignored in the past, and more recently, I'll take it. Because it deals 9 damage, okay. Put a card from your discard pile on top of your draw pile. You're basically, you know, say you only have 1 heavy blade in your entire deck, and that's basically your win con, to deal a shit ton of damage in a single turn. And you already played it earlier, you can headbutt and put heavy blade back on top of your deck. Pretty good. Speaking of heavy blade is a very solid payoff in a strength build with the Ironclad, because it's a common and it will scale very well the more strength you have. The thing is, I would never take heavy blade until you know you have ways to gain strength, because otherwise it's just not that good. Iron Wave, extremely solid. It kind of flies under the radar. I like Iron Wave in that it can be both defensive and offensive at the same time. And when you play Iron Wave against the Gremlin Knob, you're not proccing its +2 strength. It still doesn't gain strength, but you still gain block. It's nice. I like Iron Wave. Perfected Strike is one of my favorite build-around cards in the entire game, I think. Because you take Perfected Strike early on, and now you're like, okay, from here on out, anytime I see a card that contains the word strike, I'm taking it. That might not be the best strategy, but it's pretty fun, and it helps Perfected Strike scale into the late game. Because I think Perfected Strike, at its weakest, without removing any strikes from your deck, can deal like 18 damage, which is pretty solid on its own for 2 energy. And then you basically just upgrade Perfected Strike and take a whole bunch of other strike cards, and you're spending 2 energy on a common that deals like 50 damage. I don't know. But yeah, Perfected Strike is I like Perfected Strike. Pommel Strike is one of those strike cards that you will take if you have Perfected Strike, because Pommel Strike, 9 damage and draw a card. It's solid. It's fine. You know, it's better than Strike. Sure. Shrug It Off is kind of the inverse of Pommel Strike. It's for block instead of damage, and you gain you also draw a card, so that's fine. Sword Boomerang is hilarious if you're playing a strength build. Even if you're not playing a strength build, it's kind of a better strike. The downside being the randomness of Sword Boomerang. You can't guarantee kill an enemy with Sword Boomerang. It really just feels good if you have if you're playing against only one enemy. Thunderclap. You're not playing Thunderclap for the damage. 4 damage to all enemies is not that great. You're playing it for the 1 vulnerable to all enemies, and then you you make them all vulnerable, then you play Sword Boomerang and make out like thieves. Thunderclap is pretty solid. And it makes cards like Perfected Strike and Heavy Blade even better. True Grit is an interesting card. I see the value in True Grit as a 1 energy, 7 block, which is better than Defend. The downside being you exhaust a card at random, but if you save True Grit to be the last card you play, the likelihood of you exhausting a card that you were going to play that turn is low. And if you upgrade it, you get to choose the card that gets exhausted. So that's good. True Grit is good in an exhaust build. The problem is, I'm not that great at exhaust builds. I have yet to play one that I feel very satisfied with. And on its own, True Grit is basically just try to survive a little bit more. So, it's fine. Twin Strike. This card is probably my most favorite common in the entire game. And that's just because it's like, you know, deal 5 damage twice. Right off the bat, 10 damage for 1 energy. That's good. 10 damage for 1 energy. It gets better when the enemy is vulnerable. It gets better when you have more strength. And Twin Strike improves Perfected Strike. Upgrade Twin Strike, it becomes 14 damage, 7 times 2. It is a very solid card, and I will almost always take Twin Strike when I see it. Warcry it's got some use to it. It's good for setting up for your next turn. Like, there's some certain cards where I don't want them yet, but I want to draw them next turn. Like, maybe Rampage, though that's not exactly it. I can't think of any off the top of my head, actually, but there are times when you just want to set up for your next turn. Warcry is useful. Wild Strike is a very interesting card because essentially it throws a wound into your deck, sure. So you're drawing a dead card sometime after you play Wild Strike. The reason you play Wild Strike is because you're spending 1 energy to play 2 strikes. You know, because it's 12 damage is 2 times 6. So you're essentially playing 2 strikes at the same time for the low cost of 1 energy, for the high cost of not drawing a strike later. Battle Trance is a very solid just draw spell. Draw skill, I should say. It's a very solid draw skill because it's free, and it's free, and it just draws you extra cards. If you are trying to draw a lot of cards, that might be a downside to you, not being able to draw additional cards this turn. But if you have no other source of card draw, Battle Trance is very solid. Blood for Blood is the exact opposite of that one card the Silent has. Blood for Blood is gonna scale better the more damage you do take. Sometimes the Ironclad does want to take damage, and that's totally fine. The Ironclad can just hit back twice as hard. So Blood for Blood is one of those cards. Sometimes you're not taking damage from enemies, sometimes you're doing it to yourself, like with Bloodletting. 3 HP for 2 energy. Would that be worth it? I think so. There's a number of cards where just having 2 spare energy would be extremely helpful. Sometimes it's not that great, but sometimes if you have Rupture, Bloodletting is really good. Or Blood for Blood, or whatever, you know? Just, you're dealing yourself damage. Burning Pact. Honestly, I never play this card. It not to say it's not useful, not to say there aren't certain cards that I would like to exhaust and then draw 2 cards. But it's fine, I guess. Carnage. Used to think this card was really good. It's still fine. It's still a pretty good rate. 2 energy for 20 damage. Very solid in the early game. But towards the late game, you would rather play a card that actually scales. Like Perfected Strike or Heavy Blade. Combust. Sometimes this is good, sometimes it's not. It combos really well with Rupture, and it combos really well with Tungsten Rod. That said, so 5 damage to all enemies every turn is not a lot, but it does add up. Yeah, it's do you really want to be dealing that much damage to yourself? Who knows? Dark Embrace is a draw engine for the Exhaust deck. If you are playing the Exhaust deck, you probably want Dark Embrace. If you're not playing the Exhaust deck, you probably don't. That's all I have to say about it. Disarm will... So Disarm doesn't seem that great, but there are certain enemies that it does really just ruin, and sometimes it's even just good to play Disarm on a boss. It's situationally better than a block. Not always, but situationally. Dropkick is the Ironclad version of that one card the Silent has access to, and it's good if your enemy has Vulnerable because it's just free damage. And unlike the other card that the Silent has, this card actually will be doing more damage than 5 if you're getting the most value out of it, because it'll be vulnerable, so you'll be doing 8 damage or something, which is decent. That's pretty solid. And it draws you a card and replaces itself. It's perfect. Dual Wield can lead to some interesting Mimi situations. the reason I don't like cards like Dual Wield is because sometimes the card that I would really like to play Dual Wield on is not in my hand when I draw Dual Wield, so it's just a dead card a lot of the time. Entrench on its own is okay. 2 energy to double your block is not always going to be great. But if you are playing a block build with the Ironclad, then Entrench is absolutely insane. And upgrading Entrench, it only costs 1 energy. That's good. Evolve. There's like a sub thing that the Ironclad can do, which is it can create a lot of status cards. You know, we saw already with Wild Strike, it can create its own status cards. There's also Reckless Charge that creates days. So being able to replace status cards in your hand would be useful. That said, this is also just sometimes going to be a dead card. So do with that what you will. Feel No Pain is a must-have in the exhaust deck. If you are exhausting cards regularly enough, then gaining 3 block every time you do it is just an upside. Fire Breathing would be an excellent card to combo with Evolve. Like if you're playing a bunch of status cards and you have Evolve and Fire Breathing, and then you just draw a whole bunch of status cards and deal 6 damage to every single one, and then the status card replaces itself. Hell yeah. That's good. That's a good combo. Fire Breathing is also good if you're playing a Curses deck, which is indeed a deck you can play. Like, there are builds that mostly focus on relics, but if you have a bunch of curses and you have the Duvu doll, woo-hoo-hoo, spicy. Fire Breathing is really good in that deck. Flame Barrier is decent as a defensive card, you know? It's good in the early game, and I think it's still good in the late game. The damage doesn't matter as much in the late game. You know, when you're in Act 3 and stuff, it doesn't matter that much that you're dealing 4 damage back. But if you're playing the block build, you want Flame Barrier, I think. You can live without it, but you would like to have. Ghostly Armor is almost always a pick for me. Like, 1 energy for 10 block is very solid. The downside of it being ethereal doesn't matter as much. Sometimes you will not play this card and then it'll just go away, but it won't matter because you'll kill your enemy before you would have shuffled and redrawn. But sometimes it's not, you know, sometimes it could be good to play Ghostly Armor when you're playing a block build. So, yeah. Hemiokinesis. The losing 2 HP is a little bit of a downside, but you really care about the upside of dealing 15 damage, which is a hell of a lot of damage to deal. Hemiokinesis. Pretty solid card, and goes well with cards that care about you losing HP, like Blood for Blood. Infernal Blade is the finishing off that cycle of 1 energy's uncommon skills that add a random type of card to your hand that costs 0 this turn. Infernal Blade can lead to some kind of, you know, sometimes you will end up getting a free bludgeon, and that's a feel-good moment. This also, if you're playing a Perfected Strike deck, and you have a selection of cards that doesn't have any cards that have strike in their name, sometimes you might want to go for Infernal Blade. Hi, Bean Bongos. Because sometimes Infernal Blade can add a strike named card to your deck. So, Inflame, solid power, 2 strength, not that bad. It's kind of, it's a decent card if you're playing a strength build. Even if you're not playing a strength build, just any amount of strength is generally good for the Ironclad. It turns Twin Strike into an even better card, Sword Boomerang into a 3 times better card, and Heavy Blade gets better the more strength you have. Intimidate is fine. It's a defensive card. It can be played in an offensive deck when you're spending all your energy on attacks and you don't have time to spend it on blocks. You can Intimidate to at least take a little bit less damage. That said, I don't often take this card. It's just like one-time use. Okay. Metallicize. I often sway between whether or not this card is good. It stacks really well. If you have 2 Metallicize, hell yeah, go for it. That's just free 6 block every single turn. But 3 block every turn is still fine, I guess. It gives you that little bit of edge, a little bit more survivability. That's fine. Power Through. A must-have in any block deck. Well, not necessarily a must-have, but it's very solid in any block deck. See how Ghostly Armor is 10 block for 1 energy with downside? Power Through is 15 block for 1 energy with downside. And sometimes those wounds won't necessarily be downsides, you know? And sometimes you're not necessarily playing a block build, you're playing a more aggressive build, but you need a solid block card to keep you from dying that's relatively cheap. Power Through is a card for you. Pummel. It's better than Strike, I guess. Mostly, you'll want Pummel in a strength build. If you're not increasing your strength, Pummel is not that great. I don't even think it's really worth it in an exhaust deck, because, you know, just because it exhausts itself doesn't necessarily make it a good exhaust card. Pummel's decent, but it's also not the best. Rage. When you play an attack this turn, gain 3 block. I do like Rage. Rage has a lot of pretty... Like, Rage lets you play aggressively. Rage is good in all the decks where you're basically, you know, playing Twin Strikes and Sword Boomerangs and basically going all out. It's a pretty solid card. Rampage is cute. Here's the thing about Rampage. You can do insane stuff with Rampage. Worst case scenario, Rampage is just a better strike. Best case scenario, you are shuffling your deck multiple times or redrawing Rampage multiple times, and you're spending 1 energy to deal, like, you know, 20, 30, 40 damage. I'm usually not finding myself dealing that much damage, but it's possible. It's... Rampage wants to be in a deck that does not have that many cards. You don't want to be adding status cards to a Rampage deck. Really, you want to be drawing lots of cards in a Rampage deck so you can redraw your Rampage faster. But I like Rampage. Rampage can lead to some fun, interesting encounters where it just feels good to, like, even if it's just upgraded and I only redraw it once, it still feels good to spend 1 energy on 16 damage. Reckless Charge is a better strike that's free. Downside being you shuffle a Dazed into your draw pile, but you don't usually care. So, yeah, Reckless Charge. Go for it. Rupture. This is a very build-around card. Do not take this card if it's one of the earliest cards that you pick, because it's not guaranteed to do anything. I have made that mistake before, and it has just sat in my hand for most of, like, every encounter, and then I'm just like, well, I guess I'm spending money at the merchant to get rid of this card. Yeah, Rupture, good if you can build around it, but if you can't, don't take it. Searing Blow. Searing Blow is a very interesting card. I take Searing Blow. So Armaments is a great card to have with Searing Blow. You're not always guaranteed to have Armaments in your hand at the same time as Searing Blow, but when you can, it feels good. And with Searing Blow, this is a card that scales well into the late game, just like Perfected Strike does, and just like Heavy Blade can. The thing about Searing Blow is you are basically... I think with Searing Blow, you really have to double down on upgrading Searing Blow as many times as possible to keep it scaling well. If you're not doing that, and you're spreading out your upgrades, then Searing Blow is just going to kind of fall behind and not be that good. And then you're also kind of met with tough situations where it's like, well, I have low health at this one rest site, but I would really like to upgrade Searing Blow as many times as I physically can. So, yeah, Searing Blow is one of those... It's another one of those cards where you want to have as few cards in your deck as possible when you're playing it, so you can redraw it as many times. Or you can play Headbutt and put it back on top of your deck. Second Wind is a good exhaust build card because it exhausts a whole bunch of non-attacks. It gains you block, and it actually takes care of curse and status cards. So, Second Wind is pretty useful. You might even take it, even if you're not an exhaust deck, just as a way to deal with status and curse cards. Seeing Red is a one-time use extra energy, which can be pretty useful with the Ironclad, since a lot of the time Ironclad will have some pretty expensive attack cards. Or even, it doesn't even have to be an attack card, it could be like Barricade or something. You don't want to spend your entire turn playing it? Sure. Here's 1 spare energy, or 2 if you upgrade Seeing Red. Sentinel is a defend, but what it's really supposed to be is a card that's enticing to exhaust. So you kind of want Sentinel in the exhaust build if you can, but the problem is I don't find myself playing the exhaust build enough. Sever Soul. Or rather, when I do play an exhaust build, I don't come across Sentinel. Sever Soul, again, exhausts. It's good in the exhaust deck. It's also good not in the exhaust deck. It's just good as a general 2 energy, 16 damage, which is a pretty decent early game rate, with the upside of exhausting non-attack cards. Think of that as an upside. You're getting rid of status and curse cards. Sure, you might be losing a few skills or powers, but mostly you're getting rid of status and curse cards with this. Shockwave. A little bit feels bad that you're spending 2 energy, which is most of your turn, to do this. At least it has the upside of applying weak on top of vulnerable to all enemies. So, Shockwave is pretty good. I would say go get Shockwave if you can. Spot Weakness. Spot Weakness is useful. It's... So, I like strength builds a lot. And so Spot Weakness is one of those cards that I will often take when I'm building a strength build. Sometimes it will be a dead card in your hand. But other times, and sometimes you don't want to play it. But the times you do play it, and you do want to play it, it's pretty solid. 1 energy for 3 strength. That's repeatable. It's not like in Flame where it's a one-time use. No, Spot Weakness, as many times as you draw it, you can use it. Uppercut. Deal 13 damage, apply 1 weak, apply 1 vulnerable. Pretty solid card. Yeah, it's just... It's fine, you know, I take it. There can be better cards to take, but, like, honestly, if it's between Steering Blow and Uppercut, and you're, like, in Act 2 by then, I would go for Uppercut, because then, yeah. Uppercut's pretty good. The weak and vulnerable is very nice. Whirlwind is a great card if you have a lot of energy, and it's a great card if you have a lot of strength. And it's an insane card if you have both. It can just, like, I've rarely been lucky enough to have a good Whirlwind run, but the good Whirlwind runs that I have had, I've been basically able to kill, like, elites that I normally struggle with a single Whirlwind. So Whirlwind is a good card, and even if you're not specializing into making it good, it's still solid AoE. That's slightly worse than, like, Cleave or Thunderclap if you're spending 1 energy on it, but if you're spending 2 energy on it, it gets better. Barricade is really a must-have in any block deck, because if you're playing a block build, you need to not lose the block that you're playing. So Barricade helps with that. The downside of Barricade being that it costs your entire turn to play. So if you can, upgrade it to make it cheaper, or, you know, find ways to gain more energy. But overall, you know, if you're playing any block build, you need Barricade. Berserk is a power that gives you extra energy for free. Well, it's not free. You do gain 2 vulnerable. You can have, you know, fun ways of working your way around getting rid of that vulnerability. That's totally fine, totally cool. You don't always have to do that, though. Sometimes Berserk is still solid enough on its own that 1 extra energy gives you the edge you need to not care about being vulnerable, or you just play it on a turn where you're not being attacked anyway, and 1 of that vulnerable doesn't really matter. It has a downside, but it's solid enough and useful enough that I would take Berserk about 50-50. Bludgeon is a card that when I first played the game, I'm like, oh my god, this card is insane. And these days, well, more recently, I was like, well, it's actually not all that good. And more recently, I'm maybe trying to reconsider that. The thing is, you're spending your entire turn to deal 32 damage. And this damage does not scale into the late game. It's good at killing enemies early in the game. Is not good at killing enemies late in the game. However, this is insane with like vulnerability, because that's an extra 50% damage on top of that, and it's cool if you can double tap it. And if you have ways to gain extra energy, why not play Bludgeon? Like, you might not play it every single turn you have it in your hand, but the turns you do play it, you're gonna be dealing a lot of good damage. Brutality is free. Start your turn, lose 1 HP, draw an extra card. Well, we've seen some cards that enjoy you losing HP. So, the losing 1 HP is not necessarily a downside. And you're drawing extra cards, which is good. And if you've played Magic, and you know of the card called Phyrexian Arena, Brutality is a good card. Corruption is... Here's the thing about Corruption. I owe this card an apology. I thought it was terrible. I thought it was like the worst card. You should never pick Corruption. Until someone in a subreddit kind of explained, you don't care about your skills being exhausted if you're killing your enemy before you would redraw them. And making your skills free frees up your energy so that you can play attacks. This is not meant to be played as a defensive card. This is an offensive card. Sure, you're spending your entire turn to not do anything, as per usual, but there's also... you still get to play skills that turn, because they're now free. So, it has its uses, and it also is good in an exhaust deck. Demon Form is a card kind of like Bludgeon, where when I first played this game, I was like, hell yeah, this is the best card ever. Then I'm like, actually, maybe it's not. And then I'm like, actually, maybe it is. Because there are a lot of cards that ask you to spend 3 energy, which is basically your entire turn. I would rather spend the 3 energy on a card that does something the turn I play it. But no, Demon Form, even though it doesn't do anything the turn you play it, you're gonna feel the effects of that one turn you did nothing pretty quickly. Demon Form is great. It feels good to play with Demon Form. You have to time it right, though. You don't want to be playing, like, spending your entire turn on a Demon Form when you're getting attacked for a bunch of damage. Like, you might just pass on the Demon Form that combat. Double Tap. Part of that rare cycle of cards. This one doubles your attack. And there's a number of attacks that would be good to play more than once. So Double Tap is pretty good. Exhume is nice to have. I don't think it's essential ever. But Exhume is nice to have. There are sometimes cards that you exhaust and want to get back, or sometimes there are cards that you... His sound alert's broken. Come on, sound alerts. Yeah, if anyone tries to redeem a sound and it doesn't work, I'll try to redeem those. I'll try to get you those points back. But yeah, Exhume is a nice to have. But there are also decks where it's like, nah. Like, you don't care. Exhume's just fine. Feed is a solid card. It's very good to have in the early game, so you can start building up your max HP. Increase your likelihood of it being fatal, and therefore increasing your max HP. And even on games where you're not gonna be able to time this card well enough for it to be fatal, you're still spending 1 energy on 10 damage, which there are worse things you could spend 1 energy on. Like a strike. So, yeah, Feed, I'm a big fan of Feed. Feed is an easy card to play. But it's also a card that requires thought if you want to maximize your value out of it. So maybe it'll work for you, maybe it won't. But I don't think there's ever a situation where a player would be sad to see Feed. Fiendfire is a card that I rarely ever play. It might be good. I don't know. Like, exhausting your entire hand to deal 7 damage for each of those cards, maybe good? But, like, I don't know. I'm not sure. Like, I feel like this is a card I need to play more with to see how, like, if that's the sort of thing you should be doing. Yeah, I don't know. Immolate, however, is always going to be solid. Sure, it doesn't scale. But it, right off the bat, does a lot of damage AoE. And the burn is not usually that big of a downside. Impervious is a card that I've loved since I started playing the game. You know, 2 energy for 30 block? Hell yeah. Even if you're not playing a block build. Impervious is like... Yeah, it's just like... If you're playing Impervious, you're saving yourself. You know, you're not dying that turn. Sure, it exhausts, but that doesn't matter. You can get back with Exhume, maybe. Juggernaut is a card that I used to think was extremely good, and now I'm like, it might not be as good as I used to think it was. It's pretty important in a block build. You know, it essentially turns every single one of your defense into an Iron Wave, which is nice. It lets you be offensive without having to let down your defense. It's just a little slow. Limit Break is probably my all-time favorite card in terms of the insane things it does. You don't always have to upgrade it. Sometimes it's just good enough on its own, like the one-time use. It's useless if you don't have any strength. And also don't play this card if you have negative strength, because that does double the negative. But if you have, you know, if you're building up a certain amount of strength, Limit Break can be insane. Limit Break is just such a... Yeah, again, don't take this card if you don't have a way to increase strength. But if you do have a way to increase strength, snap it up. Maybe not if you have only like 1 strength card like in Flame, but if you have a few strength cards, take it. Offering. Here's the fun thing about Offering. So the Ironclad has the relic Burning Blood, where at the start of each combat or maybe it's the end of each combat? I think it's the end of each combat, you heal 6. Offering gets rid of that healing. So you're essentially saying Burning Blood does nothing, but you're gaining 2 energy, drawing 3 cards, and you know, losing life, which is important for cards like Rupture. So it might be a big ask, but you're getting a lot back. You know, you're getting a lot of bang for your buck with Offering. And then there's Reaper. One of the best healing cards of the game. You know, there's a reason why Reaper only deals 4 damage to all enemies. And you might be like, well, 2 damage to deal 4... two energy to deal 4 damage to all enemies is terrible. Not worth playing. But if you heal off for all that damage to all the enemies you just dealt damage to, that's pretty great. And Reaper actually benefits off of, you know, like double tap, when you can play it twice. Or if you have strength, it deals more damage. Reaper is a solid card. So, that about covers all of the characters. There's a few colorless cards to go through. So, here's the thing with the colorless cards. Some of them don't actually matter. You know, like Live Forever, Fame and Fortune, those are not actually cards. So I'm going to go through the actual cards that you could maybe pick up in a shop and say how good those are. Yeah, because Beta, Bite, Expunger, Insight, Jax, Miracle, Omega, Ritual Dagger, Safety, Shiv, Smite, Through Violence. Okay, so here's where we get to all the cards you can buy. Bandage Up is not as good as I thought it was at first. It's like, I mean, it heals you, sure, but you could also not take up a card slot. Blind is interesting. It's not bad. Not as good as it... You know, it's not bad. It's free. That's the important part, is that it's free. And if you upgrade it, it applies weak to all enemies. So I guess that it has that. Dark Shackles, I like. It's, you know, making an enemy lose 9 strength in a turn can be very important sometimes. And the fact that it's free is nice. Sure, it exhausts itself. One-time use, whatever. Deep Breath is useful in some decks. In other decks, you're really just playing it to draw an extra card. It's useful in, like, you know, a Rampage deck if you're playing the Ironclad and you want to shuffle your Rampage back in so you can draw it again. Or, like, maybe a Claws deck where you have a bunch of 0-cost cards. There's a few different decks that Deep Breath is good in. Discovery. Discovery is okay. It's a random card. You don't know what you're getting. Sometimes it could be good. And yeah, the card, yeah. The good thing is that it costs 0. A lot of colorless cards like to cost 0. Dramatic Entrance. It's okay. 8 damage to all enemies is a fine start. It's innate, and it exhausts itself. So it's like one-time use. Not bad, but it could be better. Enlightenment. We've seen me use Enlightenment before. There's certain times when Enlightenment is good, like turning a bludgeon into a 1 energy card is... that feels good. But other times you'll have Enlightenment in a hand that has like just a whole bunch of 1 and 0 cost cards, and then it's just a dead card. So it's not always good. Finesse is fine, I guess. Like, it replaces itself, sure. 2 block doesn't mean anything. So, Finesse Finesse is like, fine, I guess. What's better is Flash of Steel. Flash of Steel deals 3 damage, which again isn't all that much, but it draws you a card. And the thing about 3 damage is that could be important if you have more strength or if your enemy is vulnerable. Maybe Flash of Steel will deal more than 3 damage. But it's free, and it draws you a card, so it's free 3 damage. Forethought is kind of like that setting up trap card, whatever it's called, that the Silent has access to. Basically, a card in your hand that's expensive that you're not going to play this turn, put it on the bottom of your deck. Good Instincts is just a solid way of gaining some block. You know, it's free. Can't complain. Impatience, if you have no cards in your hand, no attacks in your hand, draw 2 cards. So it's conditional. You won't always be able to play this card, but when you can, it'll be useful. You know, there are some times when you're playing a build that won't have as many attacks, or like you just had a very unlucky turn and you can't do anything with your turn because your opponent's not attacking you. You play Impatience and get maybe some attacks. Jack of all trades. You'd never know what you're gonna get. It's basically it's supposed to represent basically every colorless card. Like there's a potential that you could get any colorless card. It's fine. I wouldn't really go out of my way to take Jack of all trades. Madness. The thing about Madness, you never know what it's going to reduce the cost of, but you'd like to have Madness in a deck that has a bunch of like 3-cost cards. Mind Blast feels very good, like as a card that scales into the late game. Because early on it's like, okay, fine. Then late in the game it's like, ooh, this is actually still a solid card. Panacea, is that how you pronounce it? That's a good card. It has uses. Artifacts are not easy to get, and sometimes necessary to do insane builds of like playing cards that have downsides and not suffering the downside. Panic Button. I've played with this one in that last run. It's fine. I like the fact that it's free 30 block. The downside of not being able to gain block the next 2 turns is a bit of a downside, but that's the point. It's a panic button. You're not in a good situation when you're playing panic button anyway. It just saves you a turn. Purity. Maybe has uses, like if you're picking up a lot of status cards or curse cards, Purity can be useful. Maybe sometimes you'll also just exhaust a whole bunch of defense. I don't know. Swift Strike. It's solid. 0 energy, 7 damage, that's fine. Trip. Same thing as Blind. Trip is maybe a little bit better because it applies vulnerable. But, yeah, you know, it's okay. Now, I do love me the rare colorless cards. Apotheosis means you no longer have to worry about upgrading any cards for the rest of the game. Not necessarily. Like, unless you can start the game with Apotheosis, you still have to wait until you draw it. But essentially, Apotheosis is pretty good. Chrysalis is okay. It's random. You never know what you're gonna get, and you don't get them this turn anyway. And sometimes the 0 cost doesn't actually matter because it shuffled an X skill into your draw pile, so you still have to spend energy on an X skill. Yeah, you never know what you're going to get with Chrysalis. Hand of Greed. 20 damage, and if it's fatal, gain 20 gold. Now, here's the thing about Hand of Greed. Unlike a lot of cards that care about whether they're fatal or not, it does not exhaust. So you can play Hand of Greed as many times as you want throughout a single combat. And on its own, 2 energy, 20 damage. That's a solid rate. With the upside of getting gold, hell yeah. It's a great card to have in the early game. And it's still not bad in the late game. So, yeah, Hand of Greed, pretty nice. Magnetism at the start of your turn, add a random colorless card to your hand. It's okay. I think there are certain decks that would really like to have magnetism. It might be pretty useful in a power deck with the defect. But, yeah, you're not necessarily gonna care. Master of Strategy is such a cool card. I like Master of Strategy as, so in Magic, there's this card called Ancestral Recall. Master of Strategy is Ancestral Recall. It's free, draw 3 cards. It's not as good because drawing cards has a slightly different purpose in this game than it does in Magic. But it's still a solid card. And because it's free, I won't say no. Mayhem is just hilarious. At the start of your turn, play a top card of your deck. You don't know what you're gonna get. Sometimes you'll not be happy with what you get. Sometimes I'll play Mayhem, and then I'm playing as the Watcher, and I play a card that puts me into Wrath when I'm not ready to be in Wrath. Metamorphosis is the same as Chrysalis, but with attacks. Same deal, maybe Metamorphosis is still a little bit better because they're at least attacks that you're getting for free. Panache, I don't know how to pronounce that. This card is good. Some decks it's not going to do anything, but it's really fun to have in a 0 cost build if you're playing the defect. So, yeah. It's fine. Really only take it if you know for a fact you're going to either have the energy to play all the cards in your hand, or you don't need energy to play all the cards in your hand. Sadistic Nature. There's a few pretty fun builds that Sadistic Nature can work with. Because just about every single character can apply debuffs in some way. The Silent loves to apply debuffs, so the Silent loves Sadistic Nature. Secret Technique is a tutor. If there's a skill that's in your draw pile that you would like to have right now, there you go. Same with Secret Weapon. If there's an attack that you want right now, you can get it. The Bomb. It's interesting flavor for a card. You're spending most of a single turn to do nothing, and then you still don't get a benefit for the next 3 turns. But after those 3 turns are up, you get the benefit, and 40 damage to all enemies is a lot. So the Bomb is pretty good. It's a good defensive card. If you're playing like a control deck, the Bomb is nice. And it's a skill, so you don't... I first thought this card was a power. No, it's a skill. So you can play it more than once. Thinking ahead, draw 2 cards, put a card from the top of your hand on top of your draw pile. So this is actually an upgraded version of Warcry from the Ironclad, because it does the exact same thing. It does what the card says. It's good for thinking ahead. It's not bad to have the card because it costs 0 energy. Transmutation. Add X random colorless cards into your hand that cost 0 this turn. This is fine. There's some colorless cards that I don't mind paying 0 for. But there are also colorless cards that cost X, and therefore I just sunk all my X into getting an X colorless card. So sometimes there feel bad moments, sometimes there feel good moments. And then finally, violence is a tutor, but it tutors randomly, which is interesting. And it doesn't reduce the cost of those attacks. So it's fine, I guess. If you don't have any attacks in your hand, violence could be good. So I think that's a good place to pull it off. There's like one curse that I don't know about, and it's annoying me. I don't know what that curse is. There's more we could go into. I still wanted to cover like all the relics and maybe in the potions. But my voice is a little bit tired. And we've been going for 4.5 hours, which is longer than I expected the stream to even go, but here you have it. I hope any of you can, I hope any of you that were here watching enjoyed it. So, what's tomorrow? Tomorrow is... I still haven't fully worked out how I'm doing this, but essentially I'm going to do a watch along of book 2 of Avatar: The Last Airbender. It's possible I'll decide against streaming it, and I might just stream it to a Discord. Either way, I'll involve a Discord. I think that would be the most fun way of doing it. So in case I decide not to actually live stream it on Twitch, be sure to head into my Discord that myself and a few of my closest friends are running. Join that Discord. This will maybe be the place that I end up doing it if I decide not to stream it live. But yeah, that's tomorrow. I'm also not sure if we'll watch the entire thing. It is kind of long, and there is another thing going on tomorrow that I'd like to do, so who knows. But with all that said, let's pick our raid target. So, looks like Sakuto is in fact actually streaming Slay the Spire, so let's raid Sakuto. Here we go. And here's my raid message as always. You can copy and paste this if you want. And if you're subbed to me, you can use that cute little emote. But yeah, send our love to Sakuto. And thank y'all for stopping by. Bye bye.